자, 그럼
We will now begin day 2 of Global HR Forum 2020. I welcome you all. I am the MC for the Global HR Forum. My name is Jang Seon-young. Nice to meet you. Thank you very much. Global HR Forum 2020 started yesterday. AI and human, how can we coexist is this year's theme. There has been a lot of interest paid to the forum. We thank you for your participation, and we will continue with day 2. Please stay with us until the end. We are providing the forum in a hybrid format, both online and on-site. Many people are joining us through the online channels, and I thank you. I hope this will be a meaningful forum for all of you. We will now kick off the first session of Track B, Big Data and the Future of Human Resources Management. We need to talk about big data, and it is being applied to HR. There has been a lot of data that is accumulated and analyzed, and it is used to manage HR. And not only that, between the employees and between the department, relationships are analyzed with AI. And for efficient HR management, state-of-the-art technologies are being applied, and we are going to take a look at some of the cases, and we will also look at the trends in the HR management changes. We have with us Mr. Noshir, Contractor, and Mr. Sidney Yang, fellow Heather Whiteman, and partner in Jinki of Reeboks Consulting. And as the moderator, we have Jaejin, who is the HR analytics researcher from University of Leeds. They are sitting up here. Please welcome them with a warm round of applause. So, could you proceed, Mr. Lee?
Hello. Track B session on the topic of big data and the future of work. Future of human resources management. First of all, I would like to say thank you very much for your participation and interest to those who are sitting here and the rest of you who are participating in real time online, despite the turbulent time we find ourselves in due to COVID-19. My name is Jaejin, an HR analytics researcher at the University of Leeds in the UK. It is my great honor to lead this session as a moderator with eminent experts in this field. On the panel today, we have 4 respected professionals in the field of data science and digital HR. Let me introduce each of the presenters. First, we have Professor Noshir, Contractor of Behavioral Sciences at Northwestern University. Second, the CEO of HEARTCOUNT, Yang Seung-jun. Third, Future Workplace Fellow, Dr. Heather Whiteman. And last but not least, the HR Strategy Partner at Reeboks Consulting, Jinki. In this session, each of the panelists will present for 15 minutes respectively. Following on from this, we are going to have a Q&A session with the audience for approximately 25 minutes. If you have any questions, please feel free to leave a comment through your mobile application system. As you may know, this session has a hybrid format, that is, audience participation will be both online and in person. In addition to this, 2 of the presenters today are joining us remotely. Therefore, we'd ask for your understanding in advance if any network issues occur during the presentation. As I mentioned earlier, the theme of this session is big data and the future of human resources management. With the emergence of big data and advanced analytical techniques, interest in HR analytics, also known as people analytics, is dramatically increasing throughout the world. More and more organizations adopt an evidence-based, data-driven approach to the decision-making process in HR functions, including but not limited to talent acquisition, training, performance management, and employee engagement. In particular, in this session, we delve into these aspects using practical business case studies, as well as drawing a blueprint of HR in the future from the perspective of data analytics. Now, shall we start in earnest by introducing the first presenter? Noshir Contractor is the Jane S. and William J. White Professor of Behavioral Sciences at Northwestern University. He has for decades published a wide range of books and articles in the field of social communication networks. A world-famous scholar in his field, he is also the director of the Science of Networks in Communities Research Center. Today, he is going to present on the topic of people analytics, using digital exhaust from the web to leverage network insights in the workplace. Digital exhaust is a term that may sound unfamiliar to some of us. Let me explain this in Korean for a second. 여기서 디지털 exhaust라는 개념은
The digital exhaust means when we're online, we leave the digital footprint. Let's say we're on Google or Naver searching for something and clicking, then we leave some digital footprint.
Professor Contractor.
Thank you very much again, and I'm delighted to be a part of this wonderful event. I am very, very sorry that I'm not able to be there in person. It was indeed something I had been looking forward to for a long time, and I hope that there will be future opportunities to visit your wonderful country. I should say revisit your wonderful country, since I have been there before. As was mentioned by Jinki, I'm going to talk to you a little bit about some of our experiences in people analytics, and I want to first start by acknowledging that there are a lot of collaborators that I have on the work that I'm going to be reporting on today, and I've listed them on the left. They are from Northwestern, but also from Fudan University in Shanghai, at Harvard Business Schools, University of California, Santa Barbara, and the University of Washington. So what I'm going to talk about today is indeed people analytics, and part of it was motivated by an article that my collaborator Paul Leonardi and I published in Harvard Business Review in December of 2018. And the title of that article was Better People Analytics, and the focus was measure who they know, not just who they are. And this is an important point that I want to make, because what we are basically saying is that while a lot of people analytics is focused on individual characteristics of the people, we believe that there is a lot to be gained by also looking and including in people analytics the relationships that exist between people. So if you think about the digital exhaust that Jinli was just talking about, if you think of an employee, they are leaving messages for other people, they're leaving email, sometimes they're leaving badges, sometimes they leave likes, sometimes they send text messages, and so on and so forth. And so we are increasingly leaving a lot of our digital trace data through electronic means, etc. The main purpose of the article was to say that when you look at these kinds of traces that we leave, we can look at them to see if there are certain structural signatures that can be seen in that data set. What do we mean by these structural signatures? By structural signatures, we mean, are there certain patterns of interactions that people have with other people? Because these structural signatures, these patterns tell us something very insightful and important about what people can do and can't do. For example, this is a summary of the article that we wrote, where we said if you see a single individual who is connected to other individuals who are not connected to each other, as you see on the left, we call this the ideation signature, which means that the person in purple is very capable of coming up with new ideas, more so than somebody who is inside a network of people where everyone is connected to one another. The second signature we call is the influence signature. This is a signature where it's not just that you're connected to a lot of people, but perhaps you're connected to people who are in turn connected to a lot of people, who are in turn connected to a lot of people. We actually use the same signature, is used by Google as part of the PageRank algorithm that decides which of the pages are ranked at the top of your search results. And that is based on the influence signature. These two are the individual level. At the team level, we have a signature called the efficiency signature. The efficiency signature says that a team where people are connected to each other well, where they send a lot of messages, they are likely to be efficient, which means that this is a team that will get its work done on time. But that doesn't mean that they will do a great job. If you want the team to do a great job or be innovative, then we have to look at the team's innovation signature. And the team's innovation signature will tell you that the team talks to a lot of different people on the outside. It has high range on the outside, and that a team is likely to be innovative if they talk to different people on the outside, as you see out here, these people are doing. And then finally, the organizational level, we can think of a signature that tells us to what extent is the organization siloed. That is, to what extent is each department only connecting within their own sections and not connecting between sections. Finally, we have at the organizational level another signature that is called the vulnerability signature. The vulnerability signature tells you if there is someone outside your organization who's talking to many people inside your organization who are not talking to each other, which means that you then that the organization becomes vulnerable to this person on the outside who is getting key pieces of information from many parts of your organization, but you within the organization are not connecting these pieces. So if we have this wonderful signatures based on decades of research, and this is just a few of them, the question is, why aren't we using this much more right now within organizations? And we think that part of the answer is that if in the past we have done this using surveys, survey data is time consuming, you get low response rates, and they get out of date very quickly. So what if we were to say that we could have survey data at minimal cost with 100% response rate updated 24/7? Well, that's exactly what we can do now because of digital trace data. So if you think of the different techniques and technologies that we are using, we are able to do a lot of this kind of work. So right after the article that we published, the article in Harvard Business Review, Paul Leonardi and myself and a team of others began a series of studies where we wanted to see if we could take digital trace data and use it to predict what somebody would have said on a survey using machine learning or AI techniques. So we started this study with 5 companies in the US and in China. And our original question was, can we predict survey network responses using digital trace data? The good news is we can. We've done a great job of being able to predict it, which means that in the future, we will not necessarily need to collect survey data. We can simply take digital trace data and predict what people would have said in a survey. But very soon after we were celebrating that success, something else happened. We had COVID-19. And as we had COVID-19, we realized that we were actually on the brink of a brand new experiment. And we now had an opportunity to do something which we would normally never have had a chance to do, which is a worldwide experiment in virtual teaming. And so we asked ourselves a second question: how does work networks change from before to during COVID-19? And I'm going to take an opportunity today to talk with you a little bit about some of what we have found on that particular front. The data I'm going to talk about comes from a multinational industrial manufacturing company that is headquartered in the West, but this particular branch office is in China. We collected data from 3 departments, 185 employees in 34 offices in 16 cities, that included 18 teams across and within and across cities within China. The data we collected goes back to digital trace data that started in October 2019. We also collected survey data at the same time. And then we also continue to collect digital trace data that I'm going to report to you up until March of 2020. The data that we collected was from a platform very similar to the one we are using right now, WebEx. It was not WebEx, but very similar to that. And as I said, we also collected survey data in December before the COVID data. We also had HR data from the company. So if you think about what happened in China, there were phases that on 11th of January was when awareness of COVID hit. By the 4th of February, employees were leaving the office. This, of course, extended the Chinese New Year, and they began to come back to their offices on the 17th of February, based on a phased return. We in the US are very envious that China was able to go back while we are still stuck at home. And certainly we are envious and very happy that even many of you in South Korea have been able to go back to normalcy a lot sooner than we have or may in the future. So this was the phases we talked about. We had the phase that was normal working, when the crisis was looming, when we shifted to remote, and then the phased return. And so we call the old the normal. That when we shifted to the remote, we call it the new normal. And as the phase return is there, we call it the next normal. So if you look at it, this is where the awareness happened. This is where the deaths happened. This is where people began to come back into office, the recoveries, etc. And you could see that there's a clear timeline associated with these issues here. So we were able to get communication networks data by looking at who met with whom using the equivalent of the WebEx technology that we're using here. And we focused on smaller meetings where there were only less than 7 people. If there was a company-wide Zoom session, that we did not consider that as a real meeting because people were not really having a conversation with each other. In this particular case, 93% of the meetings had 7 or fewer participants, and those are the network links that I'm going to talk about here today. So this is what that network looked like before. On a particular day afterwards, on the 15th of Jan, the network looked like this. Then when we moved further on the 14th of February, this is what the network looked like. And then finally, this was the network that was collected on the 21st of February after the phased return, etc. What did we find? We found that on average, the purple line out here, the daily meetings began to fall slightly when they went into crisis looming. The number of meetings fell slightly, but then they went up, and meetings have now increased dramatically, 53% during the phased return. There was a lot more variability on day-to-day basis of how many meetings there was. Now that variability has come down. There are not many days with fewer meetings. Even the lowest number of meetings before COVID was 77 on a particular day. Now the lowest number of meetings on a particular day are 218, which tells you how much more meetings we are doing now. Then we also looked at the size of meetings, the number of people. And as COVID began to go up, we see that the average number of people who were at a particular meeting went up. And again, after we came back, the number of meetings came down to just under 5 people. But there are now some meetings that go to all the way up to 10 people, etc. Now we talk about the duration of the meetings. The duration of the meetings pre-COVID, on average, was 21. They went up during the crisis. They went up to 30 minutes on average during the shift to remote. And now they're beginning to stabilize, but they haven't really come back to the old normal. So the next normal is still pretty high in this case. We also wanted to see what patterns of connections within and between teams do we observe. And we saw, for example, that the number of new ties that were being formed, the number of people who are connecting, has gone down during the crisis, but has gone up dramatically. So you're talking to a lot of new people and et cetera now than you were talking pre-COVID or even during COVID, et cetera. So in the old days, there were 63 pairs of people teaming up in a day. Today, there are 98 pairs of people who are teaming up in a day. We also wanted to end with a couple of other focus questions. Before COVID, the majority of the meetings that you had were in fact focusing outside. So you had people in your own team, but quite a few of your meetings that you had were with people outside your team. There was an external focus. It is interesting that as the crisis began, your teams began to focus internally. More and more of your conversations were with people inside your team. In English, we have a phrase called circling the wagon. That is, when you are in crisis, you come close into the family and you get close to the ones that are in your team. Now we see that during the shift to remote, while people were in remote, they were only almost talking internally focused. But now that they are back again to phased return, we are seeing some semblance of going back to both internal and a little bit of external, but it's still a lot less. So the crisis was focusing inwards, and now we're beginning to see some phased return. So as you can see, before COVID, external focus, during COVID, internal focus, phased return, you're seeing a balance between the external and the internal focus. Now we also asked ourselves, how much of your connections were with people in your own office? We find that in the geographical office that you were located, before COVID, only a third of the meetings were with people in the same office. During COVID and during the shift to remote, it went up to 60% of your meetings were only with people in your own office. And again, that stayed pretty high even after that you still say is pretty high. So what is telling us is that even though technologies that we are using allow us to talk to people anywhere, we are using the technology more and more in this crisis to talk to people within our own office, even after our phased return back to the office, et cetera. We also wanted to see, do team networks broaden or deepen during a time of this? And we find that before COVID, 2/3 of those online meetings are those with whom you don't interact with in person. So remember, we asked them in a survey, who have you interacted with in person? Data we collected in December. And we found that before COVID, people used technology to broaden their networks. They were talking to people who they did not talk to in person. But that changed. Today, when we see what the networks are, who they're talking with, they're talking more and more to people who they were talking to in person rather than to new people. So they are deepening their networks rather than broadening their networks. We are taking a lot of these ideas now to create dashboards to help companies come up with new ideas of how they can come up with new teams, etc. So even though this idea of creating a dashboard to allow people to be able to see what their teams look like is a dream for us that we really believe is entirely possible. And that is, we are working now with NASA, for example, to help them come together with the next team that is going to go to as part of the Artemis mission, that is going to take the first woman and the next man. This is the symbol of the Artemis mission, and it's going to be this mission that takes the next woman and the first man, and the first woman and the next man back to the moon in 2024. And we are working with them very closely to see how we could use these approaches. So we have created, for example, a dashboard for NASA that we are working with. And in that dashboard, what we are doing is we're able to log in there and we're able to say, okay, before launch, how do you want to understand people? So you can take different people and put them into a mission, just like we would do in a company when we want to create a team, etc. We could say, here is the activities that they want to work with. And then we can play with what scenarios they want. And as you can see out here, this tells you that on month one of the mission, who's going to get along with whom, who's going to like working with whom, who's going to be more cohesive, who's going to dislike whom, etc. And so we are seeing how we are able to use the digital trace data to start making predictions in the future of who's going to interact with whom. NASA is always very proud of the fact that it makes inventions for space that have benefits back on Earth. And we hope that this is an example of one of those approaches where we can come back to Earth based on benefits that we're getting from space. So I will stop with that and hand things back to others. Thank you again very much for this opportunity. And again, I look forward to being able to field questions, etc., from you. So thank you very much.
Thank you, Professor Contractor. It was a considerably interesting approach using social network analysis you carried out. In particular, from your presentation, we were able to look at what was before COVID-19 and what is during and what is after using network analysis. Our next speaker is the CEO of HEARTCOUNT, Yang Seung-jun. At HEARTCOUNT, he has been working for a decade on HR to create people analytics products that help corporations find useful patterns and insights from their own data. He also started to work in HR analytics even before this term is widely used and known in Korea. Furthermore, he has built a highly impressive career in the field of IT at various companies such as Samsung SDS, Yahoo, UBS, and Citigroup. Today, he is going to speak on the topic of, in Korean, HR 현업이 데이터 활용에 양승준 대표.
He's going to talk about HR collaboration. Please give him a warm hand.
안녕하십니까.
Good morning. I would like to speak under the title of Becoming the User of HR Data. So from a corporate perspective, there are two types of people. People who are consumers. It is important to discover people with purchase power and induce them to purchase more and more frequently. And from an HR perspective, there are people who work. So we need to discover people with talent and encourage them to work hard and get along with others. And so from an HR perspective, I would like to talk about the people who are actually working. The people who are consuming, they are the people from the marketing perspective. And what we need to improve is quantitative. So how much are they consuming? but the people that HR focuses on are the people who work. And so the metrics are qualitative. So that is a more difficult aspect. And the decision-making cycles of marketing and HR are different. From a marketing perspective, when a specific person purchases something, that cycle happens very quickly, and the cost of a bad decision is not high. But when HR makes a decision about staffing, the cycle is not fast, but they are more important decisions. And from a pattern perspective, in marketing or sales, they can look at patterns. For example, women in their 20s living in the capital area love our products. So they target that group without thinking about why. But from an HR perspective, when we look at patterns, knowing why is very important. Next, let's take a look at the concept of analytics. When we talk about statistics, this was when we did not have a lot of data. We try to have a generalization of the results using a small amount of data. So when we are trying to make an important decision or prove the efficacy of a new drug, statistical significance was used. AI and machine learning, they are using big data to conduct decision-making that happens very often. And so this is trying to make the decision-making automatic. For analytics, whether we have a lot of data or a small amount of data, that is irrelevant. We're looking for relevant data, and we wish to make a decision intelligence in order to have the right decision for important decisions. I would like to take this opportunity to talk to you about the successful people analytics framework. People analytics is about leveraging people data. For example, leveraging it to solve actual business problems or defining good questions to ask. It's also important to come up with a useful pattern so that the results can be accepted by the audience and used for intervention. Finding a pattern is being well done by tools and technology. So what we need to do is define the question and treat the results and present the results so that it could be accepted by the audience. The data that you see here is actual data within the organization. Let's say that there was a survey on leadership capabilities, and we're probably curious about whether the employees are impacted by good leadership. And is there a relationship between the employee performance and the leadership capabilities? And so we came up with this correlation chart. Correlations means whether the two factors are related to each other. Even if we don't know about statistics, we can see that the leadership score and the employee performance don't have correlations. And we can see that the correlations index is 0. But what kind of questions should we ask related to these statistics? We need to make sure that we focus on what the data is trying to tell us. In the process of collecting data, there's no such thing as raw data. If for most companies, how do we decide the performance of employees, whether they have a good leader or not? They have evaluations that is relative. And so if we take a look at these figures, we should not say that the two variables are not related, but rather we need to take into consideration the method of evaluating the performance of our employees. And so we need to ask a question from a different angle. Are the leadership scores of a manager related to the performance of the manager? We looked at the correlations, and we could see that the correlation index was 0.06, which is very low.
and the low correlation index show that there is the lack of pattern. And so we could say that the actual performance of a manager is not related to the leadership capabilities of the manager. But if you take a deeper look into these scores, the x-axis, you can see that for some areas, these scores are in a pillar. So what we did was to say that 3 is level C and 5 is level S. So we turned scores into ranges, which means that we have to change the question. It's not about the correlations of the two numbers, but the correlations of the two levels. And so we have a new question now. And so on the bottom right corner, we can see that the part marked in color is a credibility of 95%, and you can see that level C and level S, they have different scores where the credibility is at 95%. And so this is one of the most intuitive ways to look at these scores. Basic data literacy, saying that the leadership performance score is not a number but a range. And so if we change that from a number to a range, we see new patterns that we could not see when we use just simple numbers. And then let's take a look at how to collect information that is relevant to what we want to know. We call that feature. So for example, if we want to know how to distinguish an apple from an orange, then we could have X1, which is about ripeness, X2, number of seeds, X3 is weight, X4 is color. On the bottom left corner, you can see that the number of seeds are on the x-axis and ripeness is on the y-axis. And what can you see? You can see that apples and oranges are mixed together. But on the right side, you can see that we have color on the x-axis and weight on the y-axis. And you can see that oranges and apples are grouped together. And so, if we want to see which fruit is an apple or an orange, then there are only two variables that we need, color and weight. We don't need the other variables, so we call them features. We need to be able to find features that can show what we want to know. Feature engineering is about artificially creating these features. We don't need to do this technically. We can use domain knowledge. For example, if we want to take a look at physical features that increase the possibility of someone becoming a diabetic, then you can see that we have a few variables that we tried out. On the x-axis, we have height, and you can see that there's no grouping. But for weight, the higher the weight, the higher the possibility of someone becoming a diabetic. So, if we say that obesity is a factor for diabetics, then I think we need to take into consideration the height and the weight together. And that is why we use BMI. As you're well aware, BMI is the weight divided by the square of your height. And so if you take a look at the third plot, the higher the BMI, the higher your possibility of becoming a diabetic. So you can see that the correlation is tighter compared to just the weight. So we need to be able to find features to find what you want to know. That's called feature engineering. So these are some of the feature engineering available for HR. I'm not going to talk about all of them. The first one is the number of jobs per unit of tenure. Then you can look at the internal mobility index, and on the very bottom, this is not only the time since the absolute promotion, but it could also be a relative time since last promotion. So creating a new index would be very difficult, and it's time cost. It costs a lot of investments. And so we need to be able to use the available indexes to create features that we need. Let's take a look at this chart. On the x-axis, it's about how neurotic a certain person is. It's about emotional stability. And on the y-axis, we have salary. And what is the correlations? So the more neurotic, the higher your salary. But that actually is against our common sense. So what we did was to color the dots according to the rank of a person. And you can see that within the rank group, there is a different pattern. Sometimes if you ask a new question, then you would get a new answer. But if you ask the question with an in-depth view, then you could get a new answer. Last, let's talk about useful results. How do we get useful results? Let's take a look at some examples. Here you can see actual data. And we try to take a look at what features of the personality test is highly related to the performance of new recruits. You can see that on the right, cognitive skills were not correlated to the performance score. But if you give this another look, performance within a group is not completely objective. And as you can see in light blue, despite a lot of efforts and capabilities, sometimes you have low evaluations. But as you can see in the dark navy, even if you have little abilities and little efforts, you could have higher performance evaluations. And so you need to be able to get rid of the noise in the figures. So that is why you look at the extremes. For example, if you are in the left extreme, then it means that you're probably a part of a right team, although you did not do well. As you can see on this chart, the stars are high performers, and the triangles are low performers. And we have a decision tree that breaks off the plot into groups. And so in the x-axis, we can take a look at how long an employee belonged to a club at college. And then on the y-axis, we have patience. And so you can see that on the left, we have division in the plots, and on the right, we have created a decision tree out of that. On the bottom left, if you have been belonging to a club for less than 0.8 years, and if you have a patience level of less than 87, then you're in a group where you are not there's a low possibility of actually becoming a high performer. But if we actually compare the extremes on either ends, using an algorithm tree, we could see that if the innovation scores are higher, then if you have high GPA, then we could see that 92% will become a part of the top 20 high performers. So even if you can't see the pattern right away, by utilizing different analytical methods and depending on how you define the question itself, we could have different unexpected patterns. I will go into further explanations during Q&A as questions come. This will be my last slide for the presentation. So, in order to have people analytics, we need to come up with controllable patterns. And so in order to do that, we should not focus on the individual, but the environment. For example, if you're trying to make a smoker quit smoking, we should create an environment where he can quit smoking. And if we have no way of measuring, we need to change the question. And if you have any questions, Google it. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you for insightful presentation. It was interesting that the concept of analytics, he explains here, which stands for a process to decision intelligence by using relevant data. In terms of decision intelligence, in the real world, in fact, it is often difficult to implement due to the complexity and habitual nature of the decision-making process. However, through this presentation, we were able to look at how to overcome these obstacles with specific examples. Our next guest is Dr. Heather Whiteman, a Future Workplace Fellow. She is an outstanding expert in people analytics and the future of work. She not only participates as a speaker at numerous HR conferences, but also teaches people analytics at UC Berkeley. Before that, she was leading the people analytics division at GE, General Electric. She's now going to speak on the topic of big data and the future of human resources management. Let's give a warm welcome to Dr. Whiteman.
Thank you, everyone. Thank you so much for inviting me. I am excited to be here and a part of this forum with you. I wish that I was there with you in person, but I'm happy that we can still meet virtually through this presentation. Thank you for that introduction. As was shared, my name is Heather Whiteman, and I love working with people data. I have spent the last 15 years applying people analytics and data-driven insights in HR functions, leading talent management, development, in different areas of learning and development, HR technology, and strategic planning. And I find a lot of joy in sharing what I've found, my passion, and helping others along that route too. So today I am very excited to share with you some thoughts around how I see big data shaping the future of human resource management. And in order to do that, I need to start with a little bit of the context around our world and how much it is changing. We are seeing so many changes in the way that people are living and working longer. People are having more careers. They're moving closer to big cities and more recently, sometimes further away from big cities. We're seeing the creation of new types of jobs. We're seeing the impact of automation and additional ways of working, changing how work is done, but also making things like uniquely human skills even more valuable. We're finding that now we are working from anytime, anywhere. We're all on different time zones, even as we speak right now. We're finding different ways of putting work together, such as the gig economy, working in teams, coming together and living in pre, during, and post COVID situations like Professor Contractor was talking about. And just a shift in the way that we need to think about the skills and the education and the learning that it takes to get there. So with all of these things going on, human resources has no choice but to transform. We must transform human resources with the transforming world. And there's really three big things that will make that transformation happen. Those are technology, data and analytics, and employee expectations. I'm going to go into each one of these three, but before I do, I actually want to start with a little story, and I want to introduce you to my friend. This is my friend Emma. Now, Emma's not a real person. This is just a photo that was free on the internet, but let's say that Emma was a recent university graduate. She just graduated with her computer science degree, and she's excited to go out into the world and get her first job. But she doesn't know how to go about that. She's spent years in school, but she doesn't know how her skills and her areas of expertise and understanding might fit into potential jobs. So she goes on the internet and she enters all of her skills into some algorithms that tell her exactly which jobs to apply for. In fact, they even apply for her. all she does is fill out a bunch of questionnaires and take a couple assessments. She even records an interview, not an interview with a person, just a video of herself responding to interview questions that gets uploaded, and algorithms can analyze it and assess her personality, her skills, and sends that along to a company. That company can then decide, without even having met Emma, whether or not they might want to hire her. And rather than having Emma, fly and meet the team or do interviews, maybe they even just say, hey, why don't you decide if you like us? And they give her a preview of the job by sending her a virtual reality headset. She puts on this little cardboard thing onto her smartphone, and she can look around at the company that she's going to go work for and get a sense for who she'll be working with, the products that her software code goes on. And with all of this together, her and the company might decide that they want to work together, even if Emma hasn't yet talked to a single human. This can all just be done through algorithms and technology. When Emma does start her work, she can be given all these sets of tools that track her productivity and her work behaviors. Her computer will have all sorts of software on it that tracks how much she works, what quantity of output she has, who she works with. It'll even possibly say what type of connector relationship she has, just like we saw in one of the previous presentations. And it can start to understand, who does she talk with? Who does she interact with? How does she spend her time? All of that data can feed into a learning system that tells Emma exactly what things she needs to improve. It can go through all that data and say, wow, you've had a couple too many errors in this line of code. Maybe you should take this training. Or you really haven't been having as positive of communications with your colleagues as it would be advised. Why don't you take some communication training? And it can offer her tailored learning opportunities based on her unique needs for the role. And all of this together can even say how engaged she is. We can start to get a pretty good picture of who Emma is, who she spends her time with, who she works with, what kind of productivity, what kind of engagement she has on developing her own career and driving it forward. And maybe it even tells us things like, maybe Emma has had a slump, a loss in productivity. She's not engaging with people at work as much. She's not producing as much work. She's not trying to learn and develop and grow. So maybe this isn't the right role for her. Maybe we need to think about a new career option. And we could let algorithms say, what's the next best job for Emma? If it's not software engineer, maybe she's well suited for another area. And really the process can start over from that. Emma could end up right back at that apply stage, looking into her next career. Now, typically this is the point where I would stop and ask you how Emma's story makes you feel. So just think for a minute. Do you want to be Emma? Do you want all of your experiences to be running through individual pieces of data and technology, maybe with no humans involved? How does it make you feel? Now, some of you might be excited by the possibilities, but I often hear as well that this can be potentially problematic in how you can think about the dehumanization that data might sometimes bring. So we in the HR function and focus area do need to understand that we are the stewards of people analytics in HR. And as I talk about these trends and I talk about the transformation of human resources, keep Emma in mind. Picture a person and picture how the things that you think about are affecting them. So getting back into those things, the transformation of human resources is really going to be revolving around three main topics: technology, data and analytics, and employee expectations. Now, technology, we already see today. This is what you saw in the story of Emma. you saw that there were all sorts of algorithms and data science and workflow diagnostics and network analyses, employee sentiment. There are so many things that seem like the future, but are actually today because technology has now made them possible. And not only do we have technology that can create more data and more outcomes and outputs, we have the data from that technology. So not just data to drive analytics and insights, but technology plus analytics allows us to analyze more, do more, and have bigger outcomes than we've really been able to do in HR in the past. And not only can we do more, we can do it faster, like instantly faster. We now have the ability to do real-time analytics. You can now have things like learning recommendations pop up the moment you make a mistake. Why wait for a one-year performance review to figure out how to develop? You now have the ability to use analytics and technology to help with the ways we think about talent management. And they're getting easier to use. It used to be so hard. I really appreciated Mr. Yang's presentation where he was showing correlation and the lines and the color. Those are all fantastic applications of statistics and analytics. And now we're getting technology platforms that allow us to do those more easily. So that now, even if you don't have a background in statistics, you might be able to use some of the technology platforms to help you do that work more easily. And then finally, something that I care about a lot, and I'm sure Emma would care about if she was a real person, is data privacy and accessibility. With all of this data, with all of this technology, we do need to be thinking about how we keep data private and how we make sure that it's accessible in the right ways for the right people and in the right connection. So this is one of my favorite quotes to that comment, which is, just because you can measure everything doesn't mean you always should. And so I do like to leave people with some thoughts when they think about people analytics. These are my own personal principles that I share with others. I always aim for, let's use people data for good. Don't be creepy. If you're working on something and it seems weird, we should probably be talking about whether or not it's appropriate to do. And that's because people data is private data, and we need to treat it that way and have a conscientious approach to it. And we need that approach because people data is not like other data. It's not like some physics or materials. It's not dollars or other currency. It is about people, and we need to think about it that way. Funny enough, about 6 hours ago, I actually had an article published on 7 ways that HR can build a fair data-informed culture. So if you're curious on any steps to do that, again, this article just published today, so feel free if you want to check that out. But it is our role as HR practitioners to help make sure that we're using these right. And then finally, it's because we are the stewards of the employee experience, and the employees have expectations of us. Employees now have expectations in the workplace that match their expectations in the consumer world. I'm wearing a smartwatch. I love it. I love that it tells me what's going on, how I'm doing on things. And our employees are starting to say, you have all this data on me. Why aren't you using it to help me know how I'm doing? Why aren't you using it to help me understand my career or be more effective or balance my life and my work? And so we are starting to see that employee expectations, they're asking for more personalization. They're asking for more interconnectivity. They're looking for that work-life integration. And we can all laugh now that even while I was talking to you, I had someone ring my doorbell and my dog started barking in the background, because now we have true work-life integration in our lives. And we need to know that for our employees. And we need to think about that when we set up our data and our analytics. So I will just leave you with a couple things if you would like to do things to prepare. For those of you who aren't data and analytics in your background, you can still gather understanding around it and use it with your uniquely human skills to bring about more outcomes. You can make sure that you're continuously growing skills that will allow you to leverage them and bring it into, and you can be a steward for powerful, positive use of data and technology in your organization. And I hope that you're able to do so, and feel free to connect with me if at any point you want to talk about how you can do that more, because I love sharing and bringing people into the power of using data and using people analytics to drive change. So with that, Mr. Lee, thank you very much for letting me have a moment.
Thank you, Dr. Whiteman. You left us various insights with the story of Emma. Actually, she's not a real person, though. In addition to this, we were able to explore possible workplace trends in the future. I just want to say I apologize that there was a little bit delay on YouTube just before Dr. Whiteman's speech due to a technical issue on YouTube. And I think now it works well. The last speaker in this session is Jinki, the HR strategy partner at Reeboks Consulting. He has had an outstanding career to date, from studying HR and organizational development at the University of Southern California to working at leading companies such as Samsung and JobPlanet. He is currently consulting businesses in size from startup to multinational corporation, regarding all aspects of HR at Reeboks Consulting. Today, he is going to present on the topic of people analytics in Korea, overcoming roadblocks. I want to please give a warm welcome to our last speaker.
Thank you. I'm Jinki from Reeboks Consulting, and it's a great honor to be here today. And let me just jump right into my presentation. So we see two numbers here, 88% and 12.5%. What does these two numbers mean? Obviously, there's a big gap between them. When Thomson's asked around 380 HR professionals around the world if they have people analytics capabilities within their organization, 88% said yes. However, when People Plus and Wanted, they did a survey of around 180 HR professionals in Korea if they use people analytics, only 12.5 said yes. Although the high increase in the interest in people analytics and big data and data-driven HR in Korea, why such a large gap? Why isn't Korean HR utilizing people analytics as much? To answer this, let me start off with my experience as a consultant regarding people analytics. A Korean conglomerate in the financial sector called us and asked them to support us. And their objective was to basically make HR decisions based on data. More specifically, they wanted us to find traits of successful employees for each function and build the model and a tool to predict high potential employees. With this tool and model, they eventually wanted to utilize it to make personnel movement decisions as well as hiring decisions. This was what we proposed. Since the project seemed too broad for us, because they had more than 40, 50 different functions, right? So we narrowed them down to only one function. The key function that we thought was sales branch managers. And the bulk of the workforce was in that field as well. we plan to conduct surveys, FGIs, to identify what we called key success traits, collect, analyze the data, build a prototype model, and test the model, of course. And with that model, we wanted to do a long-term study to improve it upon time. This was what we had. We had enough budget. We had great HR professionals and experts. We had a big data team comprised of PhDs from world-renowned schools and data scientists and engineers. And also, we had the motivation to succeed as well. And I felt pretty confident that we could make something of it and turn this company really into and initiate the first step into turning this organization into data-driven HR. However, the project didn't really materialize and got dropped before it even got started. I think looking back, these are the 4 things that we lacked that prevented us from the success. As you might assume, this was a very complicated project where we needed to survey, interview a lot of people, identify the key success traits, of course, and build a prototype model as well as conduct a long-term test to create a predictive model and a tool. However, we were only given 6 months to deliver a working tool. Also, as I mentioned before, we had a lot of data, but it was all dispersed throughout different departments and teams, and how and where it was stored and kept was all different as well. In addition, reluctance to share these data amongst all the teams and departments, and of course with outside consultants such as myself, was a big problem as well. Moreover, ownership of the project was with HR. So the big data team and the sales team didn't really have the motivation to dedicate their time and effort to the project. HR didn't really share the big picture or involve them in creating the objective of the project. And in my honest opinion, I felt that HR only wanted to reap all the success for themselves. Fear of failure and the lack of trust from the employees were also factors we lacked that negatively influenced the outcome as well. This is not only confined to this one case or company. I see similar challenges in adopting people analytics in a lot of different organizations in Korea. And you could see here, first, wanting results too fast. Also, a lot of you might have experienced, there are frequent CEO or leadership changes within especially Korean conglomerates. And with this change, a lot of the projects that the leadership led gets dropped or stopped to make room for their own projects, right? So this continuous, testing and error gets kind of stopped right in the middle. Second, in Korea, they have a saying that HR is on the company's side. So we call it 인사는 사측, right? So instead of the employee side, I had a difficult time understanding this because I thought and still think the company is made up of individual employees and there is no need to divide sides between the company and its people. Third, as I mentioned before, data is dispersed and is not shared. So it's difficult to have an integrated approach in utilizing the data the valuable data we already have. Fourth, there is fear of people analytics in Korea, I feel. And since it's linked with big words such as data mining, machine learning, and AI, right? So even before they start, they're afraid to initiate people analytics as a whole within the organization. And lastly, even HR doesn't really trust the data they have. For example, in Korea, there will be high correlation between performance evaluation, the ratings, and the promotion periods. Since bosses give out good evaluations to employees who need good evaluations, a certain limit of evaluations to be promoted, right? So we see this happening a lot of times, especially within big organizations. Then how can we overcome these challenges? First, it might be difficult, but having leadership understand people analytics is a journey, not a short sprint, is very important. I always emphasize data is like compound interest. The faster and the sooner we start gathering the data, we could do much powerful things with it. Secondly, we all know garbage in and garbage out. The quality of data depends on the trust level of the employees. They need to trust HR that the reason for collecting data is not to harm them, but to support them, so they could provide honest responses. Third, as of now, there aren't a lot of organizations that have people analytics departments or teams totally dedicated only on people analytics. Therefore, we need to support, HR needs support from different people, different teams, and different functions. So rather than having HR, the department as a team, right, lead the project by having complete ownership themselves, I suggest you create cross-functional teams and share successes and build objectives together. Fourth, don't think of people analytics as rocket science. We see Googles and IBMs of the world and the level of people analytics they already provide, right? So before even starting, we see this, big data, real-time analysis, and all the graphics. And even before we start, we tend to just think, maybe next time, maybe it's not my turn, right? With the simple Excel spreadsheet and your already data at hand, you can start experimenting and people analytics. And starting this conversation, I think, is very important. And lastly, be open to using external service providers, such as Dr. Whiteman mentioned, or HEARTCOUNT, right? So it's hard to create all these functions within yourselves in a short amount of time. You might lack the resources, but be open to utilizing these services. So I'm not going to go over all these different services, but from experience, I know that a lot of Korean conglomerates tend to shy away from using outside services, especially in the HR area, and want to create these people analytics capabilities in-house. However, there are already great people analytics tools you could use right away, and some of these services are even in Korean. You could utilize it right away. These service providers are cooperating and aligning and integrating data sets and services to make it much more powerful. I see Korean startups starting to create similar services and really hope that they help the proliferation of people analytics in Korea. Although I touched upon the challenges and the roadblocks Korean HR is facing in implementing people analytics, but there are some great cases starting to emerge and being shared within the community. This Gungming Bank case where they used AI to place employees to different branches is one case that recently got a lot of media exposure. Also, Kakao's Pi Lab is another company that is sharing their best practices in people analytics, which I think is great, and we need much more in Korea. They are truly pushing people analytics to another level in Korea. When I talk to HR professionals regarding people analytics, they point out that the lack of data or lack of the people or expertise or collaboration is some of the things that's stopping them to fully utilizing people analytics. But I personally think the most important thing is the shift in the mindset. Rather than viewing our employees as something to monitor or manage, we need to shift our mindset to approach them as our internal customers and use people analytics to provide better employee experience. I want to conclude with saying that before data comes people. Thank you very much.
Thank you for your presentation. He detailed the difficulties that Korean corporations face in using HR or people analytics and how to tackle them. As a matter of fact, if you delve deeper into this issue, I think it can be interpreted to raise two essential questions. First, are we really able to quantify people's information, such as individuals' personalities, skills, capabilities, or potential? Second, does the decision maker really make rational and objective decisions? Well, there is no right or wrong answer to these questions. However, I just hope each of you think about this later on. And now we are going to have a Q&A session with the audience. So several questions came up during the presentation. From these, I'm going to ask the panelists mainly the questions with the greatest number of likes from our audience. I can see the first question. This question is for all of you. So the question is, okay, this one. So have you ever experienced then that intuition of HR practitioner was different to the result of data analysis, and how did you solve this problem? In Korean, HR 담당자의 직관과 데이터 분석의 결과가 차이가 있던 경험에 대한 질문입니다. Who would like to respond first to this question? Sidney, would you please?
Can I
First?
say
Yes,
brief?
please.
Okay. 아까 제가 이제
During my presentation, I did briefly mention this, but in the end, what I wanted to mention is that changing someone's opinion is very difficult. However evidence-based argument you have, it's difficult to change someone's opinion. And so, our goal should not be to change the opinion of my boss, but to find practical solutions. When we do analytics, we always have given patterns. If there's a good leader, then productivity will increase. But that's not an actionable insight. It's not a takeaway that we are waiting for. So if we are looking for about 20 characteristics of a good leader,
then you have to take a look at how to enhance a certain characteristics. And if you do that, you have to take a look at how much of an impact it will have on productivity. So you need to increase the indexes itself. You should not try and fight against the opinions of your boss. Thank you very much for your answer.
저도 그냥 사례 한 개를
Let me share a case with you. Well, there was a famous experiment by Google, and it was an experiment about a myth within Google. So the people analytics team tried to use their number-based analytics to find out if certain myths were true. And it's difficult for me to name companies, but a Korean company did something similar. So if you work at the headquarters, are you promoted more? And so many companies conducted such analytics, and it's quite easy to do such analytics. And we found that promotion and working at headquarters were not correlated. Rather, there was a higher correlation of promotions with working at a specific small organization outside of the headquarters. So many of the employees thought that you get benefits if you work at the headquarters, but that actually was relieved because of these analytics.
Yeah. Would you like to add anything to their comments?
I would. Hi, everyone. I think that is a great question. And when I talk about the intuition of HR, I like to think of it as being necessary to go with data. Data all by itself can sometimes not tell us enough, or it might mislead us, or it could even only show us part of the picture. We need the HR manager and the person who understands what's happening to be able to translate that information into something that we can do with it. And that may not always be an analyst. I really appreciated Mr. Jinki talking about how you don't have to be very advanced. And in fact, some of the best things that you can do is use your intuition plus data. The data will make your intuition better, and your intuition will make the data better. And I've seen it work really well.
Okay, thank you. How about Noshir? Do you have any other opinions on that?
Sure. Yeah. I think that sometimes the example that Dr. Whiteman gave is a good one, because it says that sometimes the intuition can reinforce what the data says and vice versa. There are also some instances where, in fact, the intuition might be challenged by the data insight. I did some work a few years ago on a consulting project with a company that you might have heard of, a small company called Procter & Gamble. And Procter & Gamble were there were two insights from there, which I'm going to share with you very quickly. The first was, I was doing some network analysis with them and in a particular group of community of practice at P&G. And I went to present the results at World Headquarters in Cincinnati. And there was lots of food and snacks around. And I said, "Did you do this for me?" And they said, no, we have a retirement party. And I'm like, "Oh, that's great. I'm glad that I was able to join your retirement party for one of your colleagues." And what I did was I showed them some results that day on the screen in terms of a particular person in that organization who was pivotal in terms of their informal social networks in bringing together a lot of groups of people that would not be connected if this person was not there. Guess what? It was that person's retirement party. And so they immediately, in their wisdom, brought that person back in, kept that person for 2 years, and then worked with me to use the same network analytic tools to come up with a succession plan for who should be a good person who could succeed this person in that informal role. And the second very quick example was they did an internal kind of Twitter social media experiment where they asked people to talk about what the future of P&G would be if there was no intellectual property rights, IPR. And they brought me in not to look at the content of what was said, but they brought me in to look at the metadata, the digital exhaust. And I was able to show them that there was one person who, whenever she started a trail, was being traced, had a lot of other discussion was coming as a result of that, while other people would say something and nothing came of it. And this person, it turns out, was actually an intern from college. And they immediately realized that they would not have valued this person, but this is the person who they ended up hiring because they realized this person was somebody who was generating good ideas and discussion, et cetera, and engagement from a large number of people. So in some cases, HR intuition can be modified, if you may, by looking at the data that comes out of it.
Okay, thank you. Let's move to the next question. I think these two questions is similar. That came to you. Okay. In Korean, people analytics를 활용하기 위해
So in order to utilize people analytics, we need sufficient data. But if we do not have many employees and if we do not have a long history at our company, then how do we begin? I have a similar question, so let me read them together. It seems that in order to do analytics and predictions, we need a certain amount of data. So for startups, how can we utilize people analytics? These two questions actually was for the whole panel, but let's start with Mr. Eun.
발표 때도
Yes, I did mention it during my presentation. Data has to come first. Of course, accumulating data is important, but how you look at the people and how you want to improve the employee experience is even more important. And so there has to be sincerity behind such concerns. Then I think you can utilize the data. And just because having lots of data doesn't mean that all's well. There was a recent case of what time should we have meetings to have higher productivity. So what you can do simply is, even without technology, the red color would mark low productivity, and so you can color code the level of productivity, and you can match that with the hour of meeting, and then you can just visualize with only that amount of data. And let's say you're in the process of recruiting and you want to provide good candidate experience, and the recruiter would give the candidates a call, and then you could do a survey about how the candidates felt about the call. So you can dissect even one piece of data, candidate experience, and you can have a lot more data coming out of one single data, and you could utilize that. And so we talk about big data and AI, and we think about thousands of data points. But I think it's a matter of how you collect and curate the data. I don't think you have to have critical mass of data to begin people analytics.
Anything to Jinki's comment?
Yeah, I'll add a little, which is, I have a lot of people who ask about that. They think that my company's too small, or we're too new, or I don't have enough data, or I don't have the right tools. And there's a lot of power in small data, meaning if it's the size of your company, there's still so much that you can find. For example, I found that companies do a lot of powerful findings when they look at things like the skills and capabilities. Even when you're a small organization, you have so much data when you think about all of the different skills and abilities that each individual employee brings to the organization. And if you can analyze which ones you have strengths in, which ones you have gaps in, you can have a good data-based understanding of where you have skills, where you need more. And then you can go look at external data, which there is a lot of external data, and it'll help you understand where the skills exist that we don't have today that we need to go get. And that can start to inform your recruiting strategy, that will inform maybe your learning or your development. It might even inform how you decide to put teams or networks together, because you want to make sure that you get a good mix of skills on each team. So even if you think you don't have a lot of people, you might have a lot of data, because each person has a lot of data about them. And that's usually what I recommend for smaller or just starting out organizations.
Okay, thank you. How about Noshir?
If I can add to that, I would say that part of the reason why I agree with my two colleagues who came before me is that big data doesn't necessarily mean a lot of people, or it doesn't necessarily mean a lot of time. So if it's a young organization with a small number of employees, for example, it can still generate, and in my examples that I gave, will generate big data, because the big part of the data comes because of the fact that we now have data collected at every second. We are getting such digital trace data with such high resolution that you are swimming in data, even if you collect data for a few weeks. So there is no excuse to say you can't use big data. The second part of it is that it's not just the big data that comes from digital traces, et cetera, but more important than big data in my research and my consulting has been broad data. And what do I mean by the difference between big data and broad data? Broad data means big data is a lot of the same type of data, like digital trace from WebEx interactions. But broad data is when you start combining different types of data and collating it together. So taking digital trace data, combining it with HR data, combining it with LinkedIn data. I did a consulting project with a very big pharmaceutical company here in Chicago, where we were trying to understand where the current employees at this organization, where they worked before, and where they ended up getting recruited to after they worked at this particular organization. And that was the modeling that we were able to do by going to LinkedIn was incredible in terms of finding ways in which we could understand recruitment strategies as well as retention strategies based upon where the competitive landscape was. For example, they were concerned that they were losing people who wanted to go to the West Coast to be with people like Dr. Whiteman. In fact, what they found was that a lot of the people they were losing were actually going across the street to work. So those are different mechanisms and understandings that they were getting by looking at broad data, not just big data.
Thank you for your answer. I think it's the last question for this session, which is, this question is to 양승준. 인사에서 접목할 유용한 빅데이터.
Are there any examples of useful big data that can be included for HR? I think this question is related to the previous question. I talked about relevant question, that the data has to be relevant to the question that you're asking. Behavior data, in many cases, have been built without any discretion, and so it's difficult to find patterns. But for cognitive data, if you design the survey well, it doesn't matter how much of the data that you have. So people data are usually small data. What I usually did this year was focused on education. So many people conducted online education this year, and using digital exhaust from online education, many people wanted to find ways to recommend different contents. Within the Korean environment, it's very difficult to use external data, and it's difficult to find external data that can have a business impact in Korea. But other than HR data, other data within the company, such as sales data, or if you have a call center, data from there. Bringing in non-HR data within the company can be useful as well. It could be connected to the HR data, but in most cases, you can't find that link. So, in other words, from the HR perspective, we need to use the HR master data, and then you fill in the gaps with survey data and the behavior data within the HR system. This year and into the future, I believe that people analytics is quite promising for HRD. In the past, it was mostly about HR management, but I believe that the future is in HR development because we have active online training programs. And so, if we take a look at a career path of someone, we can recommend the appropriate course, and we can also use that to make useful data analytics.
I think it's of this session. Before bringing our conversation to a close today, I have a short message for Korean organizations and HR practitioners. Let me deliver this part in Korean, relating to the Korean cultural context in a couple of minutes.
It is now time to conclude the session. I would like to say a few words to the HR professionals, and I will speak in Korean. We have the COVID-19 pandemic. It's affecting all business areas, including HR. It's not all negative. With the development of technology, I think COVID-19 has advanced the technical development in HR. We have work from home, and we can work anywhere, anytime. And in terms of employee communication, you can listen to the voices of the employees, analyze that, and respond accordingly. So from HR's perspective, employee engagement has gone up this year. And this was done in Denmark. It was a research. They compared January 2020 and June 2020, and there was a 2% to 4 percentage point increase in the employee engagement. If there's a slight increase in employee engagement, we have a lot of positive influence on the indicators like the company's productivity and brand reputation. So we're living in the age of uncertainty, but I think COVID-19 is a blessing in disguise that we can take more proactive stance. We have HEARTCOUNT and Reeboks, and there are a lot of HR-specific companies. I think forging technology partnership with these companies will be beneficial. And there's the academia and the research institutions researching people's analytics, and forging partnerships with them will also be helpful. Of course, this is just my personal idea, and this cannot be generalized. I think Korea's HR is a bit exclusive and closed, but if we are to compete in the global market and to have top-notch HR, I think we should be more open-minded and be open to new ideas.
Session of Track B. I hope to see you all participating in the following sessions. And I also appreciate all the speakers and participants for your sharing your knowledge and experience. Thank you so much again, and stay safe and warm. Thank you.
네, 여러분 박수 부탁드리겠습니다.
Thank you very much. And thank you, Mr. Lee, for the moderation. So B1 session was about organization, the big data and the future of human resource management. We talked about how to effectively manage the HR, and there were a lot of valuable lessons and recommendations to take home. It is now 10:34. We will begin the next session at 10:40. We will begin session 2 at 10:40. I will see you in a while.
네, 저희 행사 시작 전에 안내 말씀
A few housekeeping announcements. We will soon begin the second session of Track B. Please take your seats. If you're outside, please enter the hall and take your seats. We're providing Korean and English translation. Please tune into channel 1 for Korean and channel 2 for English. The receivers are placed at your seats. On your way out, please leave them the way they were. And we're providing subtitles for the online screens, and everything is subtitled for the hearing impaired. For the foreign participants, we are providing translation.
HR Forum YouTube. 세션이 진행
And while the sessions are ongoing, and if you want to ask questions or you have questions about the program book, please enter the link and access the program forum application, and you may register your question. Please refer to page 10 on your program book. If you did not have a chance to pre-register and you're watching on YouTube or Naver TV and you want to pose real-time questions or you want to download the materials, please follow the link under the screen through Event Us. Please register and then use the services. Please silence your smartphones. We will soon begin the next session.
자, 글로벌 인재 포럼 2020
Global HR Forum 2020, the second session of Track B. We will be dealing with the corporate culture in post-pandemic era. Everything is changing and we are adjusting to the new environment and culture. So the unknown work environment, communication method, and everything digital, we are placing a lot of concern. The role of HR and the organizational culture and talent change in post-pandemic era. We have as speakers Kang Seung-hoon, Research Fellow at LG Economic Research Institute, CEO Agnes Choi of Beta Lab, and Head Director Lee Seung-chan of NHN. And we have Mr. Andy Park, the CEO of Mercer Korea, as the moderator. Please welcome them with a big hand. Please, Mr. Andy Park. Hello, my name is Andy, and I am the CEO of Mercer Korea. For the past several years, many companies have been receiving advice on the human resource restructuring. How will the HR organization change? That is the interest that the client companies have. And with the COVID-19, the change has begun, and what will our future look like? That is the concern the companies have. HR system change, digital capabilities, platform organizations, these could be some of the concerns, but how will the employees' values change? And depending on the values, what will be the communication between the employee and the company, and how will the communication unfold? When we talk about technology, well, we'd rather talk about the people in this session. We have with us 3 speakers. They are not just researchers. They have a lot of hands-on experience, and they may be able to answer many of your questions. The first speaker, Mr. Kang Seung-hoon, Research Fellow from LG Economic Research Institute. He has provided consulting on HR, corporate culture, way of working, has been his research topic. And he has written many books. And based on his research results, he's going to talk about the ways of work and leadership change. And as the second speaker, we have the CEO, Agnes Choi. She's going to talk about autonomy and trust. Because of the COVID-19, there's been a lot of government regulations that are put in place and people are under pressure. So how can we relive people's autonomy and enhance productivity? So she's going to give us some real-life examples. Agnes Choi is the CEO of Beta Lab, and in 2010, when smart work was adopted in Korea, she has done a lot of company projects and research. And so with Agnes Choi, we will be able to gain insight. And as the last speaker, we have the head director, Lee Seung-chan of HR Division and NHN. He has majored in HR. He worked in the HR division of Daylin Corporation. And his strength lies in game and internet companies. He has planned HR management in such companies. And so it will be a good chance to listen to his insight. We will be proceeding with this session with the three speakers. So Mr. Kang, please go ahead.
예.
예, 안녕하세요. 방금
Good morning. As I've been introduced, I am Kang Seung-hoon of LG Economic Research Institute. It is indeed a great pleasure to meet you, and I would like to discuss the future of work and HR. This is where I would like to start. Personally, 2020 was a year where one big thing caused all sorts of troubles. And one big thing, I'm sure, is COVID-19 to all of you. So this one big thing of COVID-19 has caused all sorts of problems across the world. Ever since COVID-19, I also went through a difficulty. Well, I cannot concentrate on TV dramas anymore because whenever I watch a TV drama, I don't focus on the plot, but I always focus on the fact that no one's wearing a mask. So I feel very different from the characters in the TV dramas. And so I think it's because they're not rational. They're involved in all these situations because they're not wearing masks. So it's just been a year since we started to wear masks. In the last year, everything changed very quickly. I participated in last year's Global HR Forum as well. And if anyone at that forum had told me that COVID-19 would change the world in 2020, well, I would have thought, is COVID-19 a name of a new beer? I wouldn't even know what it is. This new change also changed our workplaces. As you can see here, already close to 90% of the companies have started remote working. The figure that I focus on is the figure on the right, 72.3%. So, as we conduct our remote work, it seems that compared to productivity in the past, 72.3% of the companies believe that they were at least 80% of the productivity that they enjoyed before COVID-19. So remote working, you may think, is better than expected. But I do have some questions. So if productivity is not low due to remote work, why haven't we done remote work up until now? And if we research people who work in Seoul,
they say that on the average, the commute time is 68 minutes. So why did we spend 68 minutes to commute when we could just as well work at home? And there are things that we could not do because we are at home. And even without doing those things, we're still at 80% productivity. So why did we do them in the first place? I don't think anyone can answer these questions. Well, personally, I believe that we spend a lot of time working, but it seems that we don't give productivity a lot of thought, and we don't know a lot about productivity. This is not a thought that I have alone by myself. In 1999, the late Peter Drucker stated, "Work on productivity of the knowledge worker has barely begun." We will be in the year 2000, roughly where we were in the year 1900 in terms of productivity of the manual labor, which means that we don't really know about the productivity of knowledge workers. Peter Drucker had already mentioned this. During the last 20 years, I believe that we have not been able to enhance our knowledge of the productivity of the knowledge worker. So I believe that this statement is still true. We still don't have an idea on the productivity of the knowledge worker. Not only so, in Korea, there are other unique issues. With COVID-19, we did delay this, but Olympic was to be held this year. And let's take a look at the Olympic of productivity of Slovenia, Turkey, Slovakia, New Zealand, Israel, Czechoslovakia, Lithuania, Poland, and Korea. If we take a look at productivity per hour, which country is the best? Korea is the best from the last. So this is quite embarrassing as our result. So we have the lowest productivity per unit. Maybe you are comparing Korea to high productivity countries, you may think, but that's not true. The OECD countries represented here are countries that are under average. So they are under average in terms of productivity per unit. And of these countries, Korea has the lowest productivity per unit of labor. So not only do we not know about productivity of knowledge workers, Korea has even less knowledge about the productivity of the knowledge worker. But the overall productivity, in terms of that, Korea is the highest. So productivity is low in Korea, but actual output is the highest. So that means that we're just putting in more hours to produce. I don't know how long this model can last. So within this situation, what is the right question? Recently, as we continue to talk about the way we work, I think the weight is on where we work and how we work. Of course, remote work and working from home is very important, and we can no longer put off these topics. But before that, I think we need to focus on work itself. I think more interest should be on the work itself. I believe that where we work is just about the bowl that we use to hold food. What is important is the food in the bowl. That's the most important. So as I mentioned before, if we are locked in low productivity, whether it is at the office or whether it is at the home, that's not important. Well, if some food is not edible, it's not edible whether it's in a luxury porcelain bowl or in a styrofoam container. So when we are discussing the method of work, then we need to balance it out with talks about productivity. And so For knowledge workers, we need to not only become interested in how we work, but about the productivity itself as well. And I believe that that is the right question to ask. In order to answer these questions, what we need first is how the culture of our work will change in the future. And that's one of the topics for this session. Other people after me will talk about this, so let me just put it briefly. So we will move from working at a single location to working wherever we wish to work. And in a virtual environment, we will focus on output rather than input. And because we don't have people in front of us, we will move from control to autonomy, and we will move from command to consensus. So given this change, how can we have better results? That's one of the topics for this session as well. Mr. Che and Mr. Lee will talk about some practical aspects to the best of my knowledge. What I would like to mention in my presentation are some obvious facts, so obvious that they may be missed and overlooked. That those are the keywords for leadership in the new environment and the new methods of working. I would like to talk about these 2 points for the remainder of the time allocated to me. So new leadership in a new environment. What kind of leadership do we need? If we take a look at recent research results, 40% of the leaders, they find it very difficult to lead their group. How do you interpret this? Well, from my perspective, this is what my interpretation is. So I think there are 60% of leaders who are not even aware that they're not doing well. I think this question should be asked to the followers, not the leaders. In a new environment, everyone will face difficulties, and so leaders will need to make an effort to develop themselves. And what keywords do we have in developing leaders? First is active listening. It's not just active listening, it's very active listening. So the followers are not sitting in front of you. So if you say, "Tell me if you have any issues," will not be an appropriate question because they're not sitting in front of you. So you need to be able to discover their issues by actively listening to their followers. I think you need to be on the verge of becoming a fortune teller. That's how active and bold you need to be in active listening to your followers. Second, you need to think ahead. Many leaders thus far are not familiar with making accurate instructions. So they send out instructions, and then they will call their followers back and refine their instructions. That's how they used to work in Korea. But in a virtual environment, that is very difficult. You can't call them back in to redefine your instructions again and again. And so you should not continue to refine your instructions, but you need to think ahead and you need to make accurate decisions and send out your instructions in short cycles based on your ability to think ahead. And third, you need to build teamwork. That really is a very important role of a leader. I'm sure that you've seen this recently. In an online environment, you sometimes see a team having an online pizza party or an online birthday party. You may think, do we need to go that far? But there's a reason why people are engaged in these online parties, because building teamwork is very difficult in a virtual environment. According to a research, if you ask a favor via email, your success rate is only 30% of when you actually ask for a favor in face-to-face. So this means that if you are sitting next to someone, then you may work together. But in a virtual environment, that may be more difficult. So in this new environment, how are we going to build teamwork? Leaders need to continue to think about this. So I have mentioned 3 keywords for new leadership. You can see that they are age-old recipes. So whether you are face-to-face or whether you are remote, you need to be doing this as a leader. And in this new environment, the conclusion is you need to do what you need to do as a leader, and even better than that. And so if you wish to take this a step further, I think we could add another element. In a new environment, creativity will be important. And each person needs to be a leader. Every person has to be a leader. And so you should not be leading everyone, but you need to be fostering future leaders. You need to make sure that each of your followers become leaders in their own right so that they discover what they should be doing and have ownership of their work. And so that is the direction in building leadership for the future. So it's not about leaders who do their work well, but you need to have leaders that foster future leaders, and they will be the leaders that in need for the future. And I believe that that is the direction of leadership for the future. The last part of my talk will discuss new ways of working. According to the Korea Chamber of Commerce, workers in Korea spend 43% of their time at work in doing things that have no relevance to productivity. If that is true, how do we change our way of work? Well, it's very difficult to adjust to new ways of work if you're wasting 43% of your time. So we need to find new ways of work that will get rid of this waste. I don't believe that the new way of work is something completely new that has been undiscovered, but it's about refining what we are already doing. And so, what kind of keywords should we use in looking at the way we work? First is goals. Second is alignment. Third is meaning. And fourth is evolution. So you need to make sure that you take a look at these 4 keywords to reflect on the work that you do and creating new ways of working in the future. Let me take a look at them one by one. First, we need to revisit the goals of our work. If your work is not related to performance, if it's a formality, then you need to cut that out of your daily schedule. We need to be goal-oriented and goal-focused. And as a method, I would like to propose that you look at your work from the eyes of consumers. I'm sure that many HR practitioners are here on site. Adobe of US, they are using a check-in method instead of the traditional performance evaluation method because they believe that 80,000 hours that were spent for performance evaluations was meaningless to the customers. What customers are interested in are the service and products of Adobe. They are not interested in the evaluations of the employees. But a lot of the time of leaders was spent on evaluations, and Adobe felt that that was not appropriate. And so that is why they were able to change their evaluation methods. And so if we look at our work and our organization from the eyes of the customers, there are many things that we are doing that we should not be doing, and there are many things that we are not doing that we should be doing. And so we need to reflect upon our work with a goal-oriented mind. Second is alignment. Especially in a virtual environment, you may feel like your work and your colleagues' work, my goals and the company's goals may not feel aligned, but you need to make sure that they are aligned. Of course, a single alignment exercise could be good, but because the environment changes quickly and often, we need to have the habit of aligning ourselves with goals as we work, not only by leaders, but as we do our work as members of a team. So I believe that we need an infrastructure to make this possible. Salesforce.com of the US, they have 50,000 employees, and all of the employees, they always write down what their goals are and what they're doing for their goals on a mobile app. And every 3 months, these are shared and realigned with each other. Of course, coming up with a system may not be the complete answer, but I believe that it does make a difference, especially in a virtual environment. And so, how are we going to align our work? We need an infrastructure to enable that. The third is meaning of our work. Especially in a virtual environment, if you just do the tasks that are given to you, then you're not sure how your work is contributing to the big picture. And so you feel isolated and you feel like you're not doing self-development. So we need to strengthen the meaning of our work. There could be different methods, but I believe that one of the most important is that in this environment, we need to give information about the context. The work that you're doing, how is it contributing to the big picture? Just by conveying that information, then the employee will have a sense of belonging and they could have new ideas about how to improve the work that they do so that they can make a bigger contribution. So leaders, they don't like to be asked questions in Korea. They don't want to be asked why we're doing this, but that has to change. The last keyword is evolution. I'm sure that you know of this. In Japan, when Japanese companies conduct remote work, one of the most important roadblocks was because of stamps. So when you need to have documents signed off, you don't sign it, but you use a personal stamp in Japan. And because you could not virtually get the stamp, that actually was a hindrance to virtual work. We need to take a look at whether there are such primitive cultures within our work environment that is hindering virtual work. So I took a look at 4 keywords, and it creates an acronym of GAME. And work with well-established game, I believe, will become as fun as games, and it will become meaningful. Given the COVID-19 situation, I always think that it's like a moving day. When you have things that you don't use anymore, you never throw it away, you just store it. But on moving day, you throw it away. Our work, our leadership had lots of things to throw away, but we never threw it away because of resistance. Changing culture is always very difficult, but I believe that currently we have a great opportunity for change. The changes that we need for leadership and the way we work should be conducted using COVID-19 as a turning point. So COVID-19 is not just a disaster, but if we leverage it, it could be a turning point for us to transform ourselves. This brings me to the end of my presentation. Thank you very much for your attention. Thank you very much for your presentation. It was quite insightful, especially in the COVID-19 era. How will the way of work and leadership change in the future? Thank you for sharing those principles with us.
We have the CEO, Agnes Choi, who is going to talk about trust in a new working environment.
Hello, everyone. Hello to all the online and on-site participants. Thank you for joining us in this early hour. I am Agnes Choi of Smart Work. COVID-19 has changed so many things. When we have events like this, such forums used to have a large turnout in like 1,000 or 2,000. I miss those days. But at the same time, because of this, we can listen to many online lectures anywhere we are, anytime and anywhere. I am married to a Frenchman, and so all my in-laws are in France. They cannot come to Korea, but this month, well, it's the early hour in the morning in France, and they can see me give this talk. And so we can have limitless contact just because we are living in a contactless era. And so with that, I'd like to begin. I am the director at Smart Work. What this means is I direct the change in the way we work. In 2010 and 11, of course, I didn't start out as a director of Smart Work. I went to Europe and the US, and I was doing research to redesign the workplace. I looked at many good workplaces, and I experienced smart work in the global companies. And I felt that it's not just a trend or a fashion of changing the way we work, it's a mega trend. I came back to Korea, and then I began to work in a related field. Smart office, remote work, leadership, agile organization. These are the things that I consult on, and I also adopt smart work to different workplaces. With COVID-19, so many people's interest has changed. People, when asked about how would you like to change your culture, they answered they want more creativity, they want more diversity. But the answer I get is the same. Everyone is working from home, and I want to know if they're doing their work right. How can we enable the people to work autonomously? And how can we build trust so that we can make this a better workplace? So these are the similar concerns. And so how can we build trust in the workplace? That's the topic that I am going to cover today. What do you think trust is? Many people say that trust is an attitude. And so when we build trust in the organization, the HR team would draw a poster. Trust your colleagues. Have faith in your colleagues. But trust doesn't come from such slogans. The trust in workplaces are different from attitudes. Let's think of such a scenario. You're about to cross the street, and now you get a green light, and the cars would have stopped because they got a red light. And you see a car far away driving 100 meters away. Will you be crossing the street worrying that the car is going to come anyway, or will you be safe and will you trust? Nobody crosses the street making sure that all the cars have stopped because we trust the street lights. The street light is a promise, and we know that the drivers will not run the red light. We have trust in the traffic system because we had repetitious experience, and we can safely cross the street. But because of this, I almost got killed in Beijing. It was several years ago. It was the green light, and as a pedestrian, I was the only one crossing the street. And so China had a different system.
the cars come first and they run the red light. So trust is not a matter of attitude only. Trust comes from repeated experience. And the same goes for organizations. We have a similar example, and I want to share that with you. I talked about how we build smart offices for organizations. There could be similar or different concepts. And as for this company that we worked with, they wanted their employees to share information freely and to get together more often. That was the concept behind their smart work. They had small canteens, but they took out one floor to build a huge lounge. And so marketing team would come, sales team would come, and they wanted the employees from different functions to merge together. So what do you need in such a lounge? You need a refrigerator, and you stocked a lot of food and beverages, and the employees were free to take them out. And before we came up with this policy, the person in charge was really concerned. Director Agnes, what if the whole team takes out all the food and beverages? Should we install a camera? Should we limit one beverage a day per employee? And another person said maybe different teams should have certain quotas so that the employees will not take so much. And so there was talk about how many bottles a team is fair enough, but the direction was totally wrong. So you should not be concerned and make rules about things that did not happen. And so I told them, let's try this out. And what do you think happened? There were beverages, and they were all gone at 4 p.m. You can't buy the beverages every day, so we stock the refrigerator with 3 to 4 days of inventory. And some people brought plastic bags and filled the bottles and brought them back to their team. But we didn't have a change of heart. We just continued to observe them. We didn't even wage a campaign. 3 months later, what do you think happened? Do you think this system went away? Well, nobody was stashing away the drinks. People thought that the drinks would be there and they would stay. If free drinks were given out, the company people thought that it would be a one-time event, and they would be competing against one another who took more. And so there was no trust amongst the employees, and people were thinking, okay, so this refrigerator is going to go away in a week, so I have to keep my drinks. But they saw for themselves that the lounge was still there in 3 months' time. And so people began to have trust. This came from their natural experience. And this episode, I think, is very telling. I think this could be a good approach taken to build trust in our organizations. Then how can we go about developing the trust? What system can we adopt? How can we change the way we work so that we can have substantial trust? I have 3 advice to give you. One is you have to have the same principle that people agree with. When you make rules, people have to give their consensus. In Korean organizations, there are many rules, but there is no consensus making. So it's just a handful of rules that few people made and people tried to comply with them. But consensus building is very important. In consensus building, of course, we cannot get the feedback from all the participants. But before the decision is made, we have to have this process of listening to the relevant voices. we had a similar experience. When you build a smart office, you get a lot of good facilities. You get teleconferencing systems, and you have new tables to get the productivity up for your employees. And so when we show the smart office to all the employees, will they go nuts? Well, but not everyone is satisfied. Some people show signs of dissatisfaction. And when I ask, why are you not happy? And they say, you didn't ask us. It's not that people don't like change. It's not that they don't like innovation, but it was done without them agreeing to it. That's what they don't like about. So if you have a consensus building process in the middle, then the compliance rate will go up. The second advice is to share the process with the colleagues and to give the trust to the people that we are headed in the right direction. Sharing the work process is a very important step. Let's think about it. You're in an organization and you're doing a project with the work process innovation, and you get a lot of reports, and they prioritize meetings because they can only know about the work process. And all the documents are presented and all the records are updated. If you know the process, then you don't need to know all the meetings. I just wanted to make an analogy with the smartphones. When you meet with your friends, when we didn't have smartphones, when the technology wasn't advanced, you would make an appointment at what time and what place, and you had to be there. But now people use services like location sharing. So if someone is going in a different direction, then you can tell that person. Let's say there's cafe A, and if your friend was going to a different cafe, you can tell your friend, and you don't have to check back and forth whether you're on track. If you have the process, then you can have trust. And the third element is feedback. Feedback can be misunderstood. Let's say I give you this lecture and I get your feedback. Would you like to get feedback after having given a lecture? I don't think many people welcome the idea of getting feedback because in our mind, feedback is either you did well or you did poorly. Feedback is judgment. But actually, feedback doesn't mean objective judgment of results. Feedback can only be subjective. I'm an expert, so sometimes the information is relayed better to me, and I give feedback to the other person because I have some clearer ideas. And depending on our areas of expertise, we see things differently. And I want to share my viewpoint with the other person from the position where I am. When there is exchange of feedback, then there's no need for people to be afraid of feedback because feedback will be teaching me and showing me things that I haven't had the opportunity to see. So, what are the three S's for feedback? It has to be speedy. I don't want feedback coming tomorrow. I don't welcome it. It only makes it burdensome. You work off of messengers, and there is a lot of instant work collaboration tools. So make the feedback speedy and light, and that can have more impact. And the second S is specific. Your feedback should be specific. Don't be vague. Don't use jargons. you have to be very clear. By being specific is you don't have to be long-winded. Use easy words and use examples. So make the other person understand where you're coming from. And the third S is specialized. It has to be professional. I'm not saying that you should show off how much you know. Don't give feedback that everybody else would know. Let's say, there could be an exception, but so there's some useless feedback because everything could have exceptions. So instead of giving feedback about, well, there could be an exception, instead of that, bring something special to the table. Speedy, specific, and specialized feedback. These are the three S's that are required of feedback. So you can go back to your office and think about the kind of feedback that you give to your colleagues and try to abide by the 3S rule. Well, this takes a lot of time and you cannot do it alone. And I would like to share with you another tip. That is, you tell the other person the reason why. When you give instructions or when you make a request, you add one more sentence starting with because. This is a very old and famous experiment that I would like to share with you. It has been done decades ago. People lined up in front of a Xerox machine, and I'm waiting to make copies. And then somebody behind me says, "Excuse me, may I use the Xerox?" How many people would let that person go ahead? The result of the experiment is quite interesting. If you tell no reason and just say, "May I use the Xerox?" more than 50% let the person make copies. But if you add, "Because I am in a rush," then most people let that person go first. And what is more interesting is even if it's a non-reason, then people will let the person go. "May I use the Xerox? Because I have to make copies." That's not a real reason, but still people let the person go ahead. We get two insights. When we try to move other people, we need that because part, and the reason doesn't have to be logical. Even if it's a non-reason, it's a reason after all, and so that makes a difference. And this is in line with the golden circle theory that you're familiar with. There's the innermost circle that is about the why, and then there's the how circle, and there's the what circle that's in the outermost. It's the why portion that moves people. So in persuading others and in persuading yourself, you should think about why I want to do this, and then you will get better results, and you can put your ideas into action more easily. I'm not a pure researcher. I'm not a purely academic person. I am a hands-on person, and I've been involved in a lot of real projects. And so I prefer and concentrate on smart work, the European style that emphasizes balance. ABN AMRO is the bank that I visited in the Netherlands. It's a very conservative organization. And I went to the global risk team and I met with the team leader. And I asked, the times are changing. And in such changing times, what is the one most important thing that a leader should do? Autonomy and trust were the two key words that the leader gave me. Autonomy is not just empowering people. People have their own special way of achieving things. They have their own autonomy, and we have to help them exercise that. And the second key word is trust. You cannot force trust. The top level has to continue to show trust to make them trustworthy. And I think regardless of whether there is the pandemic or not, autonomy and trust are important. To lead a good organization and to become a good leader, please remember the two key words, autonomy and trust. I hope that you have gained insight from my talk. Thank you very much. Thank you. In order to innovate the company and the organization, she talked about how important autonomy and trust is.
The next presentation will be by Mr. Lee Seung-chan. He's the head director of the HR division at NHN. He has experienced for himself the importance of trust. Good morning. As I've been introduced, I am Lee Seung-chan of NHN. The first presenter presented some academic backgrounds. The second presenter, as a consultant, talked about some practical examples. I think I am the third, so I feel like I have to give you some answers. Early this year, we started to have the outbreaks of COVID-19. I remember it to be somewhere around February. I was invited to speak for this forum around that time, and I thought things would get much better by this time, but I can see that it still remains the same. And in that process, many things at companies changed, not only at our company, but there are many cases that we experienced that I could share with you. So we're talking about talent in this era and what should our organizations be like. I need to provide you with some answers, but let me just share the slides that I have with you. How do I flip through my slides? Yeah, we don't have a lot of time. Well, concerning this topic, I have been asked to speak about a specific topic. So based on this topic, I looked around. In order to talk about talent and organizational culture, I felt like I needed to take a look at our talent and our organizational culture. And this is a logo that is on the wall of the C-level floor. Trust yourself. It's a very simple statement. But those who make important decisions at the company, without trusting themselves, it's very difficult to push through. And so from the C-level executives, they look at this and they become more confident, I guess. And that's probably why it's on the wall of the C-level floor. And in some aspects, it's quite brutal from the company's perspective. The C-level executives looking at the statement, those who need to make a decision, they may feel like the company is giving them empowerment, and so they have to pay up. And so from some aspects, it may feel like we trust each other, so we need to do well. When we talk about talent or organizational culture, we usually talk about different generations. It's very difficult to divide the generations exactly, but from the 60s and 80s, we call them Generation X, and then Generation Y, and then Generation Z, and then we have Generation Alpha. The Y generation and the Z generation We started to call them the millennials, and managing millennials became a very popular topic. And then all of a sudden we have the untact generation. The untact generation created by COVID-19. Well, each generation had different experiences depending on when they were born, but now we have one big experience that we share together. Students are taking classes at home, and people who work at companies, they work at home as well. And many of the meetings are virtual. Instructions from your boss comes through your system, and projects happen on cloud. So we have this one big experience of untact that is commonly shared amongst all generations. Well, we first thought about how to overcome this era, but during the last year or so, our thoughts are changing. And each generation are going through new experiences, and we are preparing for changes in the future. So I have been asked not to speak about the company or our product, but I would like to briefly touch upon this. This data is from about 10 years ago. I researched the time the employees come in and when they leave. I wanted to see the pattern. And so, given this pattern, we concluded that we need to make working hours flexible. Of course, we did the analysis, but at that time, it was difficult to execute the outcomes and suggestions. But now this data is not meaningful, at least at our company. And many companies that I know of do not do time management anymore. So how have time management disappeared and changed? Let me share a few thoughts. First, let's talk about time management. This is our case, and I'm sure that it's similar to many other companies. We no longer have a set time when you need to get to the office. Already about 2 years ago, we have flexible working hours. Of course, we do have core time when everyone has to be at the office. And compared to these companies, other companies did not have flexible working hours, but they are now inevitably having flexible working hours because of COVID-19. For example, they don't want to put their employees through public transportation commute during rush hours. And so you start early and end early, or you start late and end late through flexible working hours. So for time management, flexibility has been added. Of course, depending on your industry, and even within the company, depending on the work that you do, it could be different. Flexible working hours is the basic principle at our company, but for some positions, flexible working hours would not be possible. And so we need flexibility for time management as a general rule. Ms. Choi also talked about place. So with the spread of COVID-19, many of the IT companies sent all of their employees home and conducted 100% remote work. And then with improvements, little by little, and as we prepared for disease control measures at companies and with appropriate social distancing measures, a part of the workforce returned to the office. Right now, every Wednesday, we have what's called the Wednesday office, which means that if you wish to, you can work at home on Wednesdays. It's not mandatory, but we believe that if it does not impact your work, you can work at home on Wednesdays. Working from home, in the beginning, or just last year, was not something that everyone can choose, because people would say, are you just having fun at home and not working? When we first started to work from home, we did feel like we were having a little bit of a vacation, but more people are returning to the office because there are things that you can do at home, but when you need to come to the office voluntarily, you would come to the office. That's a culture that's forming. In terms of process, when we first started to work from home, this is our system at our company. We started recording what we did. Although we're an IT company, we did not feel used to sharing information on projects. Most of the data was in emails or private storage or PCs. It was not uploaded onto the cloud, but we would create individual projects, and in real time, we would share that through the cloud. And so we have a very stringent process management in place, and I believe that many companies are doing this. We have a folder to share projects, and now responsibility is much stronger for process management. So we have time management, place management, and process management, and it's done by the employees themselves. So what do we need to do? We actually have a large budget that's left over for the organization this year. This budget was for team dinners or expenses for comforting our employees, but we can't meet. And just like Mr. Kang has mentioned, we did have team dinners where we would sit in front of the computers and each eat what we had. Or the team leader would send out coffee vouchers. This type of culture is actually happening. But we still couldn't use all of the budget allocated for the organization. The millennials, this is the culture that they like. Well, for us, meeting in a big group to have dinner and have a drink, that was familiar to us. It's a familiar culture to us. But the millennials, they are enjoying the current culture that has been created by COVID-19. Well, many people have already talked about leadership, so I will just briefly touch upon it. Untact leadership was a word that was quite hot for just a little while. And if you look at certain blogs, they sometimes talk about the Avengers. The heroes on the Avengers, there is no clear leader among the Avengers. Captain America, although he is captain, he's not the leader of the Avengers. Sometimes Iron Man leads the Avengers. And so, what should leadership be like in this generation? I think it's about respecting one another and being responsible for the work that they are given. But the villains, for example, Thanos leads everyone, and everyone under Thanos, they look like insect humans, and they just destroy everything according to the command of Thanos. And so that's how the villains work. We haven't clearly defined this yet. What kind of leaders do we need in this generation? But we need to empower the leaders, and the leaders need to empower their team. We are already in an era where each employee can freely design their time, place, and process. So you cannot micromanage all of your team members, so you need to be empowering. So given this culture, what kind of talent should we become, and what kind of organization do we need? This is a common graph that you see in HR. The more individual you become, the more stringent the process management. And if you go towards the organization side, you're concentrated on profit, payoff, and results. And so all of the standards change according to where you focus. It could also be different for different levels. For the junior levels, if you are in HR, you will know that they are usually evaluated based on capability and performance. And so capability and process is more important for the juniors. But for the seniors, performance becomes more important for their evaluation. So what kind of talent do we need? I tried to define this. And this is the talent character. Of course, this is not the right answer, the single right answer. But currently, we are process-oriented, whether it be standards or evaluation. And we focus on having interpersonal skills. But in the future, you may never see the person face to face. If we live like we do today and it becomes more extreme, then we may only meet on a virtual platform. So results will be more important. Well, some of the employees, if you look at them, sometimes they're great performers. They do their work well, but they're not really good with relationships. So they do their work well, but they're not good at explaining what they're doing, and they don't feel comfortable doing that. And they feel out of place when they present. We don't use ABCD for evaluation, but we do a review feedback. We have a written review feedback format. Sometimes I see that of the employees who are high performers, it's written they are not kind, they don't have good communication skills. And I see lots of those cases. In the past, they would not receive high evaluations because of their lack of communication skills or interpersonal skills. Their boss may say, I know you do your work well, but you have to be kinder. Of course, being kind has nothing to do with productivity. But if we're working at the same office, obviously it will be important. But these relationship-based keywords may not be so important in the future. You don't have to smile at your employees. You don't have to be kind when you speak to your employees in a virtual environment. So I'm not sure how we should do our evaluations, but the flow is going from the left to the right. And so because of this, the review system that we have, we are thinking about how we should change it. We are giving more thought to the fundamentals of our evaluation system. In terms of culture, well, we had a meeting before we came on stage. I don't think there is one answer because we cannot create culture. Even if you have a great consultant for culture creation, and if they say they can create a culture for you, that's fraud. I think we need to think about convergent diversity. Biologically, when species die out, we always talk about convergent diversity. So each individual has different cultures, and these cultures need to be respected. It cannot become one. Each individual has their own time, place, and process that they can design. And in this situation, we cannot bring everyone into one single culture. We need to move in the direction of respecting each other. Well, when we talk about IT culture, company's culture, many people talk about how you can dress freely, you can wear jeans. And sometimes people say, I heard that everyone ordered pizza and ate together. Well, that was new at that time, but now everyone does that. If you ask about the corporate culture, it's horizontal, some people say. But what is the definition of being horizontal? Some people say that the culture is free, but what does it mean to be free? I don't think there's any HR practitioner that can answer that. And some of the employees may think, oh, I didn't know that our corporate culture was like that. So culture has to be built over time, for decades. And when people look from the outside, they will see what kind of culture we have. But that's difficult now. It's very difficult to say, this is the culture of our company. Well, as I thought about how to wrap up my presentation, this is what I came up with. So there's a system for the company, and in the system, there are time, rules, space, and process. All of the employees are in the system, and they worked around these elements. But now, each individual is becoming their own system. Of course, the company has to give them a basic guideline, but inside that big framework, each individual should have their own system. And in order to have that, trust is the most important. When I talk to HR practitioners, it's great that they hear information like this, but I also believe that the management should listen to this. If you trust your employees, they can really do this. You need to have great employees that grow in order for your company to grow. And then on the right side, this really looks like the Avengers. The heroes within the Avengers, they're all strong and powerful, but they have their own superpowers. And because they respect each other's superpowers, they're able to beat the villains as the Avengers. They don't have a common corporate culture. Iron Man likes to party and he's rich, but he can't ask everyone to join him in the party. Spider-Man is a miner. So they're not asking each other to become a part of their culture. And that's really the situation of our companies. So last but not least, what kind of talent do you need in order to have these individual systems? I don't know the right answer. So I can't give you the right answer now, but if you invite me back next year, maybe I can give you a better answer. My kid plays ice hockey. And Coach Baek-ji-sun of the national team stated this in a documentary, and it was really inspiring. The interviewer asked, what kind of player do you need? He said, character. Character is what you do when the coach is not watching. So even if you don't ask a player to do a certain thing, if that player continues to train and do something for their development, even if the coach is not watching, that person is a character, and that's the type of player that I need, is what he said. That's the same for companies. At companies, we have systems, rules, plans, and processes. But if you ask me what HR practitioners are, then I always say they're the ones who manage the extraordinary cases. So anyone can create systems, but how do you flexibly manage the extraordinary situations and keep the system fair? That's what HR practitioners should be doing. You need to trust your employees, and we need to have systems planned by HR, and that should be kept to a minimum, and you need to enable each employee to manage themselves and to motivate themselves. This has to be created by the company and the management. And only when you do that, you can find solutions for all of the things that I mentioned in my presentation. Did you know that I actually changed the your to our? Trust ourselves. You need to trust each other in this situation. Of course, we need to overcome COVID-19, but we need to create our companies into bigger and better earning companies. And in order to do that, we need to trust each other. We need to trust ourselves. Thank you very much for your attention. And I hope that HR practitioners and those of you here today keep safe during COVID-19. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. He has shared his experience in HR at a company, and that was a very moving presentation. We have 3 speakers, and each of them shared their knowledge and experience with our audience today. And we do have some questions from our online platform. Let me read them to you. The first question goes to Mr. Kang Seung-hoon. So you mentioned that we need leadership to build leaders. How can such leadership be fostered? Can we strengthen fostering and nurturing within leaders? Well, how can we build the ability to nurture and foster and coach? Well, leaders at Korean organizations, the process of them being selected as a leader and fostered as a leader does not include coaching. It's about how well the leaders perform. So individual performance was the criteria for becoming a leader in Korean organizations. For example, it's not about picking a coach that can coach well, but rather picking a coach that can shoot a ball well. So I believe that although we have this history in Korea, we need to now work on enabling leaders to coach and nurture. And how is that possible? According to my research, there are not many organizations that are moving in this direction. But if we find some case studies, we see that there are companies that are making an effort. Well, NIDEC is a company that conducted changes in the way they work, and they focused on the fact that leaders are the most important. I also relate to that. I don't know if I mentioned this in my presentation, but whatever the organization, whatever the situation, the most important environment for employees is the leader himself or herself. And so for MIDEC, they changed the way they work, and in that process, they train leaders to observe the situation of their employees and respond appropriately. And so they will divide their followers into 4 categories, depending on whether they're passionate or not, whether they're competent or not. And so they use a quadrant to, for example, empower some quadrants, guide some quadrants, support some quadrants, and instruct some quadrants. And so it may be very basic, but leaders in many of our organizations did not receive leadership training that even taught them such basic methods. So I think from an institutional perspective, as many of you are HR practitioners, you may be familiar with this already. But for those of you working on site, they have no idea about leadership training. And so I think providing the very basic tools to the leaders will enable them to unleash their potential for nurturing and coaching. And so I believe that very simple and basic training and tools can be very helpful. I hope that was a sufficient answer.
최덕 대표님.
And the next question goes to Ms. Agnes Choi.
Leaders need to make decisions quick. In order to embrace innovation, you need to wait, and I think that is painful. In adopting new innovations, how much time should we wait? If people are bored with the change, then it will defeat the purpose. So what is the optimum time of waiting period? I think if your question is this specific, you will be successful in innovation. The waiting is the hard part. I agree. And you all study English in Korea. And English has become more important because you're working from home. And you can work with any company, and even if you're in Korea, you can work with other people from different companies around the world. And what is the most difficult part in learning a language? There's a learning curve, and you have to have accumulated enough knowledge about the language, and then your ability to speak the language will surface, but you cannot wait that long and you give up in the middle. And smart work is like that. When you're introducing a new system or when you're changing the environment, the change lead must have given it a lot of thought. So before announcing the change, there probably was previous research going back 6 months or a year. And so this change champion has played it out in his head. And when executing the change, he expects the change to be adopted. But the people in the organization will be looking at the change for the first time, and it will be another 6 months for them. When we work on the smart office for the first 3 months, people realize that, oh, so this is how the space has changed. That learning takes 3 months, and then adopting to the new environment takes another 3 months. So after a year has gone, we can get the feedback about the change. Yes, the wait is long and tedious. So how long will it take? What can we expect from the change? I know you're impatient for results. If I tell you numbers, I would be lying. It would differ depending on what the organization used to look like and what is the gap between the as is and the to be. It could take a year or it could be much faster than that. So it all depends on what the existing organization is. And if you're a younger organization, the change can take place much quicker. And when you're adopting smart work, you have to think about who the central force is. Maybe it could be the HR manager, or it could be the division head in charge of the innovation. They could be the champion, or it could come from the top. The leadership, the management could initiate the change. But if the change comes from the top, then it's much faster. So within the hierarchical structure of the organization, if the top-down approach can take place, then the conversion can take place much faster. If there is a huge buy-in from the executives, then the managers and the lower tier managers will follow. So I'll have to listen to what kind of organization you are to be able to give you a precise answer. So my short answer would be the wait time would be between 3 months and 1 year. And how can we shorten that time period to wait? The way you can shorten the wait time is we want to share the results, and you want to share the results in the newsletter or through internal communication. But results are not as important as the process. You need to share with the organization why you're doing it and how you're going with the change. You have to share with the organization the interim process. Then people are willing to learn. If it's all about physical change or system change, and if that change is implemented all of a sudden, then people cannot accept it right away. So there's a lot of online communication tool that you can share with the rest of the organization to bring them on board, and then you can shorten the wait period. Thank you for the answer and the useful tip.
Director Seung-chan Lee, the next question goes for you. Well, you need to respect diversity, but the head of each department probably has his or her preference for a talent. And is there a way to align the diversity and preference? Well, that's a very difficult question. Well, concerning the talent of a company, well, people used to have specific talent vision, for example, being passionate. And these keywords have been used for evaluation of the talent that the companies possess. That happened in the past. But if we take a look at corporate organizations these days, there are many organizations within the organization. So within the big company, there are different product groups or service groups, and they have their own culture. At our company, for example, depending on what service you're working on, there are different evaluation standards and indicators, and we let them decide on their own. Of course, we have an overall vision for talent at the company, but the executives in charge of a specific group can also create their own vision of the talent that they need for their group. And so, after you state the vision for talent at the overall company, then you can have different visions, that is a different version of the overall vision. So, if we talk about how we can have diversity within the company, there is no reason why you should have a single standard or a single indicator. Of course, in HR, it would be more difficult because you would have different standards that you have to work with. But in the long run, all of the talent within the company, I don't think they can be evaluated based on a single standard. And so, if there are different groups within the organization, then each group could have different keywords for their talent, and you need to enable them and empower them to design their own standards. For example, if each group had their own standards and if they had a common denominator, that common denominator could be the most important part of talent at our company. Thank you very much for your answer concerning this detailed question.
In the interest of time, we cannot handle all the questions. Another question was, how do you do performance management in the pandemic situation? I've done a lot of consulting to many Korean companies. Pre-COVID-19, companies were interested in performance management, and come the pandemic, they're able to conduct a pilot test, and I think they're working on a better version of performance management. Performance management is to induce the personal career growth. So I think the focus has reshifted, and I think that's the right direction. And not all companies, but the C-level executives are interested in this performance management. And there's been a lot of attempt to make the assessment absolute instead of relative. It's not a matter of not doing simple comparisons, but you have to have more knowledge about who is better in the specialized fields. And so you will be assessed in your respective areas instead of being simply compared. And there is constant feedback, and the word feedback has been changed to dialogue and discussion. The environment is changing, and we don't know what alternative will appear tomorrow and change the market. And so we need the constant feedback and the constant dialogue. And in order to get the performance out of the employee, there has to be a good employee job fit. So you have to look at the fit of the work. Many people are investing, and it's not easy for the leaders and the HR managers to observe the employees. And so we have to build a process so that there is a higher match between the job and the employee. We listened to the three presentations. They shed light on many of the insight, and they shared with us their valuable experience. Their approach may not be the right answer, but you may take some of these ideas and apply them to your offices. When there's this acceptance of innovation in the marketing field, the product has to have a low conversion cost, and it has to have substantial benefits to the consumers. Work from home and new performance management before COVID-19 has been discussed, but now everything has become observable, and we see benefits in the new way of working. And we could use these measures to increase the productivity. And with that, I'd like to close the session. Thank you very much. A round of applause for the moderator and the speakers. Thank you very much. Because of the pandemic, the organization culture is changing, and it takes some getting used to. I think it will lead to a better organization, and we're on the journey toward that end. I'm sure that HR managers were able to put away some of their concerns during the session. We are now going to take a lunch break until 2 p.m. Please go to theater on the basement floor 1 and present your lunch coupons to be served lunch. Please be back for the afternoon sessions that start at 2 p.m. Bon appetit. I will see you later. Thank you.
you to please come inside and take your seats. This year, due to COVID-19, we are participating in social distancing by conducting the forum in a hybrid format with both online and offline participation. All sessions are being live streamed on Eventus YouTube and Naver TV. We would like to ask you to follow our guidance through the forum guide. We look forward to your cooperation to make this a safe forum. Simultaneous interpretation is being provided throughout the event. Channel 1 is for Korean and Channel 2 is for English. Receivers have been placed on your seats, and please make sure that you leave them on your seats on your way out. For those of you watching online, we have subtitles available for non-Korean speakers as well as people with hearing impairments.
Korean English translation audio on the Global HR Forum YouTube. 화재 그리고 비상
In case of emergencies such as fires, please follow the emergency exit route according to the guidance of our staff. We also have a medical office available. If you need medical service, please let us know. During the sessions, if you have any questions or if you wish to ask questions concerning presentation materials or program books, please utilize the forum applications. Please refer to page 10 of your program book for the details. If you have not pre-registered for the forum and if you wish to ask questions, please utilize the Eventus link at the bottom of your screen for a simple registration process, after which you are able to ask questions in real time as well as download presentation materials. Last but not least, before we begin, we would like to ask you to either turn off your cellular phones or switch to silent mode to minimize interruptions. We will begin soon. Thank you.
네, 여러분 식사 맛있게
Did you enjoy your lunch? After the lunch break, we are now ready to begin the afternoon of Day 2 of Global HR Forum 22. We would like to start session B-3. This session will cover HR trends in global companies' employee experience. Recently, in all industries and domains, the experience of employees is being valued. And so we would like to go beyond the paradigms of HR, and employee experience is becoming a new HR keyword. For this session, we would like to listen to the case studies of companies who have been successful in introducing employee experience, and we would also like to take a look at some points to consider. For this session, we have with us Head Lee Hyun-hee of the Human Resources of IBM Korea, Deputy Head Kim Ju-young of HR Division of PUBG, as well as Chief Consumer Officer Mark Harvercraft of SAP SuccessFactors, and it will be moderated by Professor Chang Young-gyun of Seogang University. Let us please welcome the panel with a big round of applause. Professor, pleased to meet you. I am Chang Young-gyun of Seogang University. I will be moderating this session. This session will cover employee experience. In the past, we used to focus on consumer experience and user experience. If we are not able to read the minds of our customers, we will not be able to survive. And those who can read the minds of customers will have an advantage in the market. Along the same lines, we can think of employee experience. They are the final users of your policies and systems, and so they need to be able to understand your policies and institutions and have a good experience while using them. Of course, organizations were always top-down in the past, but employee experience is different from the top-down management principle. It is rather bottom-up, and we put employee at the center of decision-making. It is a human-centered decision-making process. Employee experience is not just a single management method, but it is actually a philosophy. And therefore, individual organizations and companies should understand such a philosophy and try to apply employee experience as fit. We would now like to take a look at 3 companies who are working well with employee experience. First, we have a speaker from IBM which will be presented by Ms. Lee Eun-hee. She has worked at Arthur Andersen, Siemens, and Dell. She has worked as an HR expert for a long time. From 2008, she has been in charge of human resources at IBM Korea. IBM has always worked with advanced AI systems such as Watson, and it's a global company well known for introducing the concept of employee experience. We also have with us Deputy Head Kim Joo-young of PUBG. She has worked at Yuhan Kimberly for 17 years, and she has moved to PUBG, a game company. Currently, she is the Deputy Head of HR. In 2019, we met at a US conference, and we had a great experience of talking about employee experience. PUBG is a company that is looking to conduct IPO soon, and it also developed Battleground, which is a world-renowned game. Talent is the core competence and core asset of a game company, and most of the organization is made up of millennials. And so within this environment, how are employee experience applied? It would be a great learning opportunity. The third speaker is Mr. Mark Harvercroft, the Chief Customer Officer of SAP, and he is a well-known expert in this field. Mark is working on customer attribution and also retainment, and he's also working on digital transformation, effective operations at his role as the Chief Customer Officer. Now this company wishes to become an employee experience powerhouse through recent M&As. So I believe that the 3 cases which are different from one another will be able to present a unique view of employee experience. I look forward to this session, and it's an honor to be moderating this session.
So your company is using AI and they function well, and you're creating a quality employee experience for all.
We would now like to go on to another company, slightly different from the first company. PUBG is the company represented by Kim Joo-young. They are the company that developed Battlefield. And so let's take a look at PUBG. Please welcome the speaker with a big round of applause.
네, 안녕하세요.
I would like to stand here as I present. Well, I think I would look smaller if I stand behind a podium. So within this COVID situation, we still have people in the audience, so it's great to have you. And on the left, I can see people on their screens. Great to meet you. So as you can see on the screen, and if you are a gamer, you probably know this character. So this person actually jumps off, and if he becomes the final winner, he can eat chicken. So I think there is probably people who have never tried Battle Game, but if you tried it once, you're probably hooked. I am Kim Joo-young of PUBG, the company that developed this game. What I would like to share with you today is, as you can see in my title, I would like to talk about what does PUBG, a gaming company, do for employees to make our fans happy. Our fan base is about 100 million people around the world. So to make our large fan base happy, what are we doing for our employees? Well, actually, at Naver last year, they actually used the title, the thing that PUBG is doing for their employees. And they actually created a video with that title, and Naver shared it, and many people actually watched that video. And the fact that many people actually watched that video shows that HR people are interested in employee experience. And many people are curious about what other companies are doing for employee experience. And so because I know there is that interest, I got the courage to stand on stage today. And in order for you to have a positive employee experience, I hope that I will be able to deliver two things. Well, first, why are we doing this? Why is this good, and why are we doing this? And then I would like to talk about how. And so let's take a look at what we are doing at PUBG. I'm sure that many of you are in HR, and I know that you're trying to create something out of nothing. And so it's always great to listen to the examples of other companies because it provides hints for what you could do at your company. IBM is 109 years old. PUBG actually is only 3 years old. We started with 20, 30 people. Now we have 1,000 people. And because we are planning to merge with Krepton, then we will have up to 2,000 people. And so we've only been using the name PUBG for 3 years, and I joined PUBG last year. And so we are just taking our initial steps. We are making an effort to do things well at this point in time. So, PUBG is a new company, but why are we interested in employee experience? You may be interested in why we're interested in employee experience. Well, HR is now a business partner, and in order to achieve our mission, achieve our business, HR must make a contribution. I'm sure you're thinking about this. Well, actually, when we launched our game, it grew all of a sudden. In 2018, we did not even have time to create our mission. So we just did what we could to keep the game running. And then in 2019, we started to think about our mission. What's our direction? And so we decided that PUBG will aim to create an original entertainment experience that our fans love for life. Thankfully, we included the word experience in our mission. I am glad that it's included in our mission, because in order for us to provide good experience for our fans, then our employees who are providing this experience should also have good experience at the company. I thought that was a very logical thinking process. And so, inevitably, we started to think about employee experience. That's what I said to our CEO. But there were still things that were lacking at that time. So we give this a lot of thought, and we saw this model. And I think this model provides us with a great view of the why. Here you can see on the pyramid that many people who are a part of management want results. Results are the end product that we are looking for. And these results, how can they be achieved? They can be achieved by the action of our organization. CEO alone cannot bring results. The members of our organizations take action, and those actions then translate into results. What decides the actions? Why do we have to do this? Why do we have to take such action? That actually is born out of beliefs. And where do these beliefs come from? These beliefs come from the everyday experience of the employees at their job. So employee experience creates beliefs. And so this pyramid actually is a great model showing what leads to results. This is called the results pyramid. Of course, in the short run, we could focus on action and we could have results based on action. But we wish to create sustainable development and results in order for our business to be maintained for a long time. So, as this model tells us, we will focus on the employee experience, and if we work our way back up, then we will have sustainable results. This is a great model that explains how that works. HR always is in a position where we need to explain ourselves to management and persuade management. Maybe you can utilize this pyramid when you do so. I actually use this pyramid to persuade the management to focus on employee experience. So I talked about why we are focusing on employee experience, and I talked about how I persuaded my management. This slide shows the how. It goes into the details of the how. In Google, if you use Google to search employee experience, you can probably see this equation quite easily. I think because I'm not good at capturing the screen, I think it looks like a multiplication mark, but it's actually a plus. Plus and multiplication are very different equations. So please take note of the fact that it's not multiplication, but it's addition. Why is that important? Because if a company has determination but doesn't have money, that could be possible. Well, we want to invest in a good AI system, but you may not be ready. And if you take away one factor and make it a zero, then does the whole equation result in zero? No, that's not true. And that's why it's not a multiplication, but an addition. So I hope that HR practitioners will take note of this. If you are missing one part, then you can actually compensate for that by having another part of this equation. Well, culture, I'm sure you're well aware of what this is. This is the corporate culture. It's not written anywhere, but Samsung Electronics may have a certain corporate culture. You may have another corporate culture. And so it's about what you perceive to be as culture. And then second is technology. I think to put it in layman's terms, because we are all doing business, this means the tools that our employees are using to achieve our goals. For IBM, it could be Watson or AI, because they use that for their work. And so you can do that. You can do HR management in 30 seconds because you have AI and Watson. And the third is the physical space where the employees actually work, where they can touch things and see things. So these are the three components that make up the equation. So let's drive down to what PUBG is actually doing based on this equation. I would like to give you some examples. Well, actually, culture, as I mentioned before, is corporate culture. I think I need to go back, and I think I forgot to say something about the pyramid. In this results pyramid, you can see that different companies may want different results. I have worked at Yuan Kimberly for a very long time. If we were to design employee experience at Yuan Kimberly, it would look very different from PUBG because Yuan Kimberly produces different products and they are not in a business with rapid changes, so they would expect different results. Therefore, the expected action would be different. And so when we design employee experience by HR, then it would look very different. But PUBG is a gaming company, and our core asset are our talent. 20 developers are developing the game for 100 million people to create revenues of over 1 trillion. And so designing the experience will look very different from Yuan Kimberly, for example. And so setting that direction is very important. So given this premise, what kind of culture do we need? This is what we need to think about. So we need to come up with creative ideas, and we need to come up with new games in our industry. And so control and hindering creativity would be something that we are not striving to create. We are striving to create a culture where our employees feel comfortable, they can come up with creative ideas and create great new games. And we also want our employees to be proud to be a part of our company. And we need to have a horizontal culture to facilitate creativity. For example, every Friday afternoon, all of the employees play the bag game together. And our PCs have been upgraded so that we could have the best specifications to play the game. So we have those play days, and we have hackathon days. Or we could use Slack to notify everyone concerning HR. And we had an all-hands meeting this morning. When we had a smaller group, we had weekly meetings, but we have about 1,000 employees, so we now have monthly meetings. And we stream that live on YouTube so that global employees can watch it, and we have simultaneous translation for these programs. And we're looking forward to converging with another organization. And so when we converge, what will change, how will HR change, all of that is shared transparently with our employees. We also have an Ask Me Anything session. So employees can ask any question to the CEO, and the CEO would answer on the spot. And we have these meetings on a monthly basis. From a technology perspective, well, we are in the process of still growing our company and building our company. So we have not been able to make huge investments, but nevertheless, we try to provide the best technologies, not only to our consumers, but also our employees. We want to provide the most advanced tools as possible. So providing the best tools is our goal. For example, we use Outlook 360, which means that the chat tool Teams is provided for free. But we actually provide Slack as a chat tool so that we can create a culture that we want. So even if we have to pay for Slack, we will pay in addition for Slack in order to have a better culture. And we also have a global cloud-based HIS system, and we launched that in August. Because we are a Korean company, then we could have used a Korean IT solution. But because we want to become a global company and we want to provide the most advanced tools to our employees, we selected a global IT company. In terms of space, it seems that the younger members of the organization, they are very interested in the space that they work in. Because of the concepts of smart office and WeWork, many of the younger employees are interested in where the office is and how trendy the office is. They're very interested in this. We try to make a lot of investments into our space. So as you can see, we have great-looking office spaces. So we are making investments into the physical space itself, but that's not the most important aspect. So you may have a great location. your office may have a high rental price, but more important than that, we need to provide an environment, a physical environment, which enables the members of the organization to concentrate. Before joining the gaming company, I didn't know game developers were so busy, but they are very busy people. They work very hard. And so, other than developing a game, they cannot pay attention to anything else. And they really have no idea about what's going on other than developing a game. And so we need to create a physical environment to encourage that. If we take a look at the pyramid of Maslow, you know that you need to have your physical needs satisfied in order to have other needs satisfied. And that physical need, we believe, is living, wearing, and eating. So here you can see we have many different types of instant noodles, drinks, and snacks available. Well, on Slack, some people say, why don't we have banana-flavored, low-fat milk? So we would try to look for anything that the employees want to have stacked on our snack bar. So we want to make sure that the employees can concentrate on the work that they do, and we provide everything else for them. And I felt very comfortable coming here. Well, I could have worried about what to wear, but at our company, we always wear a hoodie or a sweatshirt, and the company hands them out to the employees, so no one's worried about what to wear to work. So we just wear our shirts that have been provided by the company to work. And we do that on purpose so that the employees don't have to pay attention to what they are going to wear that day. So we have so much to do at HR. There are many activities that HR does. I have already explained different aspects of HR, and the employees, they have various experiences throughout their day at work, and all of them are important, but they have different impacts. For example, you may not remember what you ate for breakfast yesterday, but you probably remember what you had with your boyfriend on your anniversary. So, when we need to think about where the impact will be when you make an investment, where you can create that special moment. One of that is day one, the first day you come to work. I am sure you probably remember day one of the first company that you worked for. I'm sure many of you still remember that first day at work. We don't have a full HR team yet. We are still building our team. And so in deciding our priorities, we decided that we are going to focus on day one. We're going to focus our attention and efforts on day one. So for the people who come to work for the first time, we try to give them a positive experience, make it memorable. What is quite unique is that here you can see a box that's usually inside the game. So in the game, the characters would be given this box. So we recreated that box and we would put it on the desk of the person who come to work for the first time. And here you can see that there's a great picture of me, much better than what I really look like. So once a week, we actually invite famous photographers who usually take pictures of celebrities. And these photographers would come on a weekly basis so that the employees can have opportunities to take their pictures. And they take those pictures until they like the result. So we have these picture-taking opportunities at the office as well. We think they provide unique experiences. Thank you for listening. And when you win in the game, you get a chicken, I told you. And so I'm not able to hand out chicken to you, but I wanted to make sure that you have a good day today. That's why I brought the picture of the chicken. Thank you very much.
네.
Thank you very much, Kim Joo-young of PUBG. Thank you for sharing your experience. I think many of you listening to this presentation are users. And so it's probably true that you want to become employees rather than users.
Yeah.
We have our last speaker, who is the Chief Customer Officer of SAP, Mr. Mark Havercroft. I'd like to invite him in English.
Today to you. I really look forward to learning employee experience from SAP. Please join me welcoming Mark Havercroft, Chief Customer Officer.
Thank you. Thank you for the warm welcome, and thank you to my other panelists. They were very interesting presentations from IBM and PUBG. My sons are great Battlefield users, so it's good to hear the investment happening there. I also just want to thank everybody for your attendance and listening. What I want to cover today is very much around human experience management. SAP SuccessFactors launched this category in September 2019. We acquired a business called Qualtrics, and what we have done is looked at how technology enhances our humanity. What we have worked out is that human experience management is really about businesses understanding that their best asset in this technology world is their people. No matter if you're a gaming company, an IT company, a finance company, the more that we have technology in our lives and that technology is constant throughout our lives, businesses' most key asset is its people. And for HR, this has presented a big change in the way that they work in relation to owning the asset and understanding how you get the best out of the people that work for you. And that really is human experience management. What I'd like to do now is just play a short video that will explain and show you visually what experience management means to SAP. So please play the video.
Being treated like a number doesn't inspire anyone to be more than their job description. Feeling motivated, supported, and appreciated does. But those kinds of company cultures don't just happen. They're fostered by positive work environments and the people in them. Ones that are invested in making us better and putting people first and keeping them there. Because the best run businesses run on human experience. Welcome to the age of human experience management.
So as we heard, this is a philosophy, not a module or a technology. Because for those of you that are unaware, and I spend a lot of my time talking to CEOs and boards around the world that are starting to grapple with their transformation as a business, is that digital is here. The future of work is now. And it's really important that we all appreciate that digital and technology is not here to replace humans. It's to enhance our core human capabilities, our empathy, our knowledge, our problem-solving skills, our innovation. Let's not forget, all technology has been invented by us as humans. And the ethics around now, how we adopt AI, machine learning, robotics, and technology are all about enhancing the power of humanity and letting us be the best that we can be. You know, when we think of our home lives and when we're at home with technology, we will interact with AI assistants, Alexa, Google, Siri. We will have automation in our houses, from our fridges to ordering groceries to all those things. Then why is it in our workplaces that we don't have the same experience with technology? I often find around the world that companies who have not understood that technology is here to enhance often regard technology as a threat and fearsome. And what that results in is a very poor experience for the people that work for the organization. And now you may ask, well, why is that a problem? Well, it is a simple equation that I can explain to you, and as I explain to boards and CEOs all the time. Employee experience directly correlates to your customer's experience. After all, employees are customers, and they are the best brand advocates that we can have in our organizations, irrespective of our business. So it is critical to have a quality employee experience if you wish to have a business that provides excellent customer experience, a business that has problems and solutions and innovation happening every day in your business. People willing to solve and that are engaged and looking at better ways for the business to achieve its goals. And to do that, we have to understand that digital is here, the future of work is now, and we must not fear it. We absolutely must embrace it. Because this picture is all too often what I hear from HR or business leaders, is that we fear technology instead of embracing it. And as I said at the beginning, human experience management is a philosophy. It's an understanding around your business that the combination of technology, the combination of people are the key ingredients for success. Irrespective if you are a business that is 3 years old or 100 years old, you will constantly need to innovate and change. And the way the world is now, you will need to harness technology with the right ethics of your people to create your business not only now, but in the future. And we need to empower our people with that technology to enhance the basic skills and capabilities that we have. It's a very simple point that I'm making to you, and I'm sure you will all agree in the audience or in the panel that yes, this is the case. However, let's take the year 2020 as an example. We have always known the power of, as I am now with you, video conference and technology. Yet I would spend at least 60% of my time traveling on planes all around the world to see people that I could have used this technology if appropriate. Now, the pandemic in 2020 forced a lot of businesses to utilize the technology that was already in place and capability. So hopefully you'll see my point is that the future of work and technology is not something to look at in the future. It's something for us right here, right now, and it's something not to fear. It's something that will embrace and take your company to the next stage. Putting people at the center of your business is an easy thing to say, but you just saw with my previous panelist how we often look at organizations in a pyramid. And that pyramid is based on our organizational structure. And what tends to happen is that the decision-making is made by a select few at the top of the pyramid for the rest of the workers and employees to execute at the bottom of the pyramid. Putting people at the center of the business as leaders involves a full 180-degree mindset shift in that thinking. Putting people at the center of your business is about turning that triangle upside down. It is about empowering and trusting your people to do the jobs that you've paid them to do. I don't know about you, but I have never gone to work not trying to do my best in my job for the company, whether that was my first job as a graduate or whether that is in my current role at the moment. But one of the big limitations I've found in my career is that when I've had ideas to do things better, I've been told that that's not a decision I can make, or more importantly, that the systems don't allow that innovation to happen. Putting people at the heart of your business is about allowing them and trusting them with your processes and technologies to do the roles that you've asked them to do. Steve Jobs, I'm afraid I'm a bit of a fan of the late Steve Jobs. One of his quotes was, "You do not hire smart people to tell them what to do. You hire smart people for them to tell you what to do with your business." And that to me really encapsulates what putting people at the center of your business is. It's having the right talent with the right systems and the clear objective and communication to the organization of what they need to achieve, and encouraging that core skills we all have as human beings around the world to innovate, to improve, to do better, and trusting them with your business. Again, a simple philosophy, I know, but when you talk to your CEOs or your board or your C-level people, there is a lot of responsibility on their shoulders to get things right in the company strategy, and to relinquish that ownership and to trust in the people in your organization to do the jobs, to be smart, to tell you what to do, takes a great deal of courage. And this is the opportunity where HR sit right now in 2020 today as I speak to you. HR are the custodians of the people experience. They do not own it. We all own people experience. Whether you're on the reception desk, whether you're in development, whether you're in sales, our experiences at work are dictated by the culture and people around us. HR can own that culture, can own the values, can own the mission statements, but it's up to us all in an organization to live those values, to treat others as you expected to be treated yourself, to have a working environment that enables you to concentrate on the key job that you're there to do. Have a responsibility to your customers, not to your boss, but to your customers, to daily provide them excellent service. And I said the simple business equation to this is not a nice to have in HR, is that employee experience directly correlates to consumer and customer experience. And we heard some statistics earlier on in the presentations around the percentage of improvement in performance and productivity when people are engaged and at the center of your business. So make no mistake, everybody who is in HR and about to go and talk to their CEO about this investment, you don't need to talk in the language of HR business cases of old around cost reduction and mitigation. You are now a business person in HR owning the most critical asset in your organizations. It's people. And if you get that right, your business will not only see a turn in productivity and performance, it will see it at an accelerated rate that will be beyond the expectations of all of you. Now, it's a constant journey and it takes time to get this right. And so what I want to give you here as well is 3 fundamental changes that need to happen in your business for you to see that return straight away. And the first one is the experiences you deliver. You may or may not be familiar with terms like design thinking and personas in your organization. Put simply, what you need to do is look at your previous processes and rules in your organization. And I challenge you, you will find that they were predicated on the principle to protect the organization from its people. Let me explain what I mean by that. Is in our roles, we are often restricted to gain access to certain data and information that we need to do our role. What we need to do is understand the roles that we have that are critical in our businesses, sales, development, product, whatever that may be, and understand the moments that matter in that employee's experience and work back your processes to enhance those experiences and enhance the capability of that individual. That will change the experience they have at work. And we just heard about working environments, facilities, dress code, open communication with management on the direction of the business. These are all fantastic actions that you can do. But the experience is driven by the leaders, and every single person in a business is a leader, irrespective of management responsibilities, that they are now under the basic principle philosophy of each employee is an asset. They're here to do a fantastic job, and we need to give them the experiences that help them excel and grow. The second point is how your business is organized. I talked to you about the triangle in most organizations, the top-down approach. The few decide for the many. This is the wrong way to approach things. You need to turn your triangle upside down. You trust the edges of your business. In your call centers or in your field roles, they deal with your customers every day. Do you think that they know and see every day better ways that they can improve the customer experience? Well, you will find that they do. And you will also find, if you ask them, that they are frustrated the fact that they've brought these opportunities up, but they're not listened to. You must change how your organization is designed to listen to the edges of your business. Encourage innovation. Encourage failure. Yes, failure. And I say that because if we do not try new things, we do not innovate and we do not advance. Every single innovation that you've heard of across the world has come from failed attempts and different ideas. So really change the way your business is organized to listen and empower the people in your business. The final point is how you make decisions. Decisions nowadays in a world of change and technology need to be made in the moment. Yes, in the moment. Real-time data, real-time information given to experts in their field to be allowed to make the right decisions for your business. As I said to you before, a great quote that I live by is, why hire experts and tell them what to do? You should hire experts and let them tell you what to do. Does your organization do that? Do you empower people to make the decisions, to have the budget control, to have the investment control, and change processes to the betterment of your customers and your business plan? As I said, these are easy things to say, but this is a time when the world needs to change and leadership is changing to enhance the power of technology, artificial intelligence, but not fear it. And now is a time for human beings to really advance in their emotional intelligence. So those are three things that I know that you can take away to your business to do exactly this. For your employees, make it theirs. Give them the organization, give them the autonomy, give them the power that they need. We talk about it in SAP as X and O data. Operational data, the data that you need to know about actions and activities. But the real power is combining that with experience data. Think of the moments that matter that we've heard from our other presenters. Your experience when you first join the company, your pre-boarding experience when you go through the interview process. When you get to the job, is your laptop already ready for you? Is your free hoodies and t-shirts there for you? Do you have your access codes? Do you have your buddies in place? Do you know where to park, where your bike is, where the showers are? Make that moment matter to the individual, because you've seen the actual percentage growth and increase of performance is not 1 or 2%. It's enormous. And look at the startup that we just heard. 3 years old, ready to IPO, hundreds of millions of users and customers already. The speed of change in the world now is enormous. That opportunity is there for institutions like IBM and SAP and many organizations that have been on the planet for 50, 100 years. They are transforming and doing it very well. But equally, we see now the opportunity for new organizations to rise, new opportunities for business. To release and to achieve those, you've got to concentrate on the employee experience and let them own the company, be part of it, and make the decisions. I've said it before, and I will say it again. Your people are your business. Now, there is a view in organizations that talent is a commodity. If you ask a CFO, they may have rental and staffing costs in, the costs of your business P&L. This is the wrong place to have these people. Your people are the biggest asset in your organization. And once you make that move to understand that people are your business and you treat them as the asset that they are, this employee experience conversation takes on a whole new matter. How do you keep that asset around? How do you invest in it and upskill it to have the skills that you need now and the future? How do we get the most out of these people? How do good talent attract other good talent? What projects and services do we need to do on these things? Really, really important that you understand now to move your people to the center of your business. Now, that also relates to, in this world, your customers want great experiences. We are all customers as well as employees. There is no difference. In fact, I would argue in a lot of cases, employees are customers of your businesses right now. So please just simply adopt the same principles as I've said. The technology at home and experience at home, replicate it internally. Listen to your employees as if they were customers, which is why we see the term now, instead of human resource management, we're now to see human experience management. Treat your employees as customers. We've heard some great examples of what they need from a point of view of facilities and technology, and you get the return. It's as simple as that. It really is quite simple. Now, as I said to you at the beginning, and I do apologize, but my friends, colleagues know me for really studying Steve Jobs. And this is not about the technology of Apple. This is about how you focus with technology to meet humanity, how you package product and services to meet a marketplace. You've got to start with the customer experience and work backwards to technology, not the other way around. Right now, all our businesses and your HR processes are the wrong way around. You're asking people to fit to structures and risk management that limit their innovation, that limit exactly what you want. If you ask your CEO what they want of talent, what they want, and they say to me is, Mark, I need them to come up with the next ideas. I need them to own our customer experience. I need them to produce and invent the next product and the next service that the marketplace needs. So on those principles, doesn't it make sense to work back from the employee experience and look at what technology you need? Whether it's Slack, whether it's SuccessFactors, whether it's Qualtrics, your businesses are unique, and they're unique not only to you, but they're unique in a period of time. Your business, what it looks like today, will look very different in a year's time, in 3 years' time. But remember, technology now is there to enable humanity, not to limit it anymore. So we need to really rethink and start backwards from our customer experience to our employee experience and then to technology. Do not fear it, but do not stick with legacy technology and place old processes on new technology and expect a different outcome. That, I'm afraid, is the definition of insanity. So please, now is the time to think about your people and your processes and then technology and apply it accordingly. I spend a lot of time traveling the world, and one of the great advantages of being in Asia since 2005 is I've noted a couple of specific things that we do so well in Asia that the Northern Hemisphere struggles with. And I think this is a big advantage for this audience in HR, is that the ability to listen to employees, respect their opinions, and get consolidation of experiences, understand and listen, and make sure that we have an element of cooperation and understanding of where the business is going and what my role is. These are fantastic cultural baselines that organizations have in Asia that other organizations would dream of. The way that we respect knowledge in our institutions of education above and beyond commerce. In Northern Hemispheres, a CEO is far more valued and paid than a professor or a scholar. Asia have recognized a long time ago that knowledge and education is the basis of all good productivity, performance, and culture and good behavior. So please adopt what you do naturally into the business by simply listening and getting consolidation of the right way to go. Then you have the power of everybody running towards the same goal with the same enthusiasm. This, my friend, is the golden ticket. This is what every organization asks us to achieve for them. And although we provide a technology platform to execute that, it is up to you to understand your people, your business, and your strategy, and use technology to execute. Technology will not come up with a plan for you. Finally, we talk about connection. Connection is so important, as we've seen in 2020, the power to connect to each other and to connect to the organization. Open, authentic communication like we're doing today. Be honest, be bold, and give the problems through hackathons, through different ways to the people in your business, and talk and connect with them. In my earlier career, my bosses used to walk around the factory or walk around the floor. Walk, do the same, but you can now use technology like we are now. I'm in Sydney, Australia, talking to you in Korea. We're connected, we're talking. So the same is able to happen using technology, but you must connect all the time and through different mediums and allow that connection to happen. As we heard earlier, the investment, whether it's Teams, Slack, Jam, anything, use it as you need to do it. The return is enormous. So as I said, a huge paradigm shift. We have a shift in the way that people need to approach their organizations. Leaders need to allow ownership to the edges of their business. Leaders need to encourage innovation and failure, and they need to work as if their employees are their customers. If they focus on that, their employee experience will directly correlate to customer experience and all the success, however they wish to measure it. We need a new type of boss, a new type of leader. You need to empower, relinquish, understand you don't know all the answers, but get people around you that do and let them lead. And again, this all starts with digital. If I can leave you with one thing, please do not have a digital strategy and a HR strategy. Do not have a digital strategy and a commercial strategy. Digital is at the heart of everything. Technology is at the heart of everything. Try it small, try it pilot, try small examples of this. You will see the value of it and you will see the momentum it creates in your organization. But do not wait for the future of work. The future of work is right now. So adopt digital, take it on, take it small, take it large, however you wish to do it. But today, please, I need you and I'm asking you to be the change. We are all leaders. You all have this in you. Technology is a beautiful opportunity and the world is in a great place to do that. Yes, I know we've had a pandemic, but you know what we will see? We will see the combination of humanity and innovation through scientists and technology deliver us solutions to this and make our world better. You don't need to believe me. History will tell us that. The future is bright, but we must be the change, and we are all leaders in that change. So please, as I said to you, lead the change, reach out, take that first step, and remember, this is a philosophy and simple about your experience as an employee. So again, I'm going to finish now with a video that I think tells you what experience is all about. Please play the video.
We all show up eager to prove ourselves. But as the grind sets in, enthusiasm fades. Confusion and doubt become frustration and anxiety, until eventually we find ourselves asking, why am I here? Morale is delicate, but when we foster it and give it room to grow, it transforms work environments into places of promise and possibility, where people become forces of nature that exceed expectations and lift each other up, using solutions built to motivate and support. Because feeling like we're being heard does more than boost confidence. It empowers individuals and their teams to brave adversity, realize potential, and move mountains. That's the type of experience people want and businesses need. Because the best run businesses run on human experience. This is Human Experience Management.
Thank you. I look forward to the Q&A.
All right, thank you, Mark. Thank you for a wonderful presentation and video. All right, now open floor to have some quick Q&A sessions. All right. 첫 번째 질문.
Well, we don't have a lot of time, so let us go into the Q&A. We look forward to compact answers. The first question goes to Ms. Kim Joo-hyung. So you compared Yuan Kimberly and PUBG. So what is the biggest difference between the two in terms of employee experience design? Well, I am at PUBG now. Well, it is different. For example, I can't really think of anything other than what I have already mentioned in my presentation. PUBG changes very quickly. And we are in an industry where we need to empower our employees more than Yuan Kimberly. And so I think we give them more autonomy. But employee experience is a philosophy. And so I think the philosophy of putting people at the center is the same. So I think the philosophy and the strategy are the same, but tactics may be different. For example, game developers, they are under tremendous stress, and they have no other way of relieving that stress other than playing games themselves. So they spend a lot of time playing games. And for example, we would provide beer or food or snacks that they can enjoy while playing games to relieve their stress. So PUBG would be using such tactics. At Yuan Kimberly, first of all, the average age is about 10 years older than PUBG. And so we need to focus on different aspects. For stress management, we can use EAP tactics. And so the tactics are quite different. I think that's all I have to say for that question. Thank you very much for the answer.
And this question goes to Mr. Mark Havercroft.
Specific example of empowering employees. Also, what role should the manager take before, during, after empowering their people? Can you answer this?
Certainly can. Yeah, great question. A good example of empowering employees is to give them a problem, a small project of a problem in the business, give them resources in relation to funding people, and ask them to solve that problem. That is a quick example. What the manager should do is leave them, be very clear on what the problem is, but then leave them to resolve that problem and see what they come up with and let go. It's as simple as that.
All right, thank you. The good answers. I hope that the answer should work for the people who raised the questions. 네, 시간이 꽤 많이.
We are out of time, so I think I need to wrap up. We had 3 great presenters, and we had a great learning opportunity concerning employee experience. Having listened to the 3 presentations, I hope that you're not overwhelmed by the 3 best cases. I have had opportunities to do consulting and research, and I can tell you that there's no one right answer. Of course, you can sense employee experience and manage it with great technology, but that's not always the right answer. That in itself could be a source of stress. We are in different industries and different situations, and we have different employees at our companies. And so employee experience needs to be perfectly customized for each company. What is
the most important is the will of the management, the top management. It's not a methodology, it's a mindset, it's a philosophy. And so in this changing times, we need new management philosophy. I believe that employee experience is indeed befitting as a philosophy for workplaces. I hope that the management can put people at the center, as Mark has mentioned, so that we can conduct our business with employees at the center. We need to continue to work on that mindset. This brings us to the end of this session. Thank you very much to our panelists and also our audience. Thank you very much. A big round of applause, please. Thank you also to Professor Chung, who moderated this session. Another big round of applause, please. Thank you. There's no right answer for employee experience, but everyone has mentioned that it's a philosophy. I look forward to seeing this apply to companies, and it's a very timely topic. We have come to the end of B-3. We will go on to B-4 at 3:40. We will meet you again at B-4 at 3:40. Thank you very much.
begin. We will proceed with the last session of Track B in a short while. Please take your seats. And if you're outside, please come in and take your seats. We're providing Korean and English translation. Please tune into channel 1 for Korean and channel 2 for English. The translation receivers are placed at your seats. And on your way out, please leave them the way they were. And we're providing subtitles on the online screens and for the benefit of the online viewers and for the hearing impaired.
Korean English translation audio on the Global HR Forum YouTube. 네, 세션 중에 질문이 있으시고
And if you have a question or you have questions about the program book or downloading the materials, please follow the link and access the app so that you can register. Please refer to page 10 in your program book. If you did not have the chance to pre-register, you can ask questions or download materials by following the link in Eventus. And please register yourself, and then you can use those services. Before we begin, make sure that your phones are silenced or turned off. We will begin soon.
자,
Global HR Forum 2020, Day 2. We're dealing with the topic of organizations in the age of AI in Track B. We now will begin the fourth session in Track B, Digital Transformation and Employee Reskilling. Many companies are recruiting people who are adept in data analytics. And the routine work is replaced by the technology. And we need to reskill the staff for more value-add work. What role should the company play for reskilling and upskilling their employees? And what are some of the best practices of successful employee reskilling? We have three speakers: Jaejin, lead for APAC Microsoft Philanthropies, President Kim Kwan-young of POSCO Group University, and Mr. Andrew Bell, head of OECD Center for Skills, and as the moderator, Professor Lee Ui-gil of the Cyber University of Korea will be with us. Professor Lee is waiting for us. Please give them a big hand. Please go ahead, Professor Lee. Nice to meet you. I am Lee Ui-gil. I am at the Department of Lifelong and Career Education at the Cyber University of Korea. EduTech, online adult education are the areas of focus. You may be tired. This is the last session. You should be proud of yourself. I registered for the offline sessions, but I could not make it. You made it, and you have a seat to yourself, having gotten through such fierce competition.
and we have online participants. I hope you are listening in your safe environment. The title of the session is Digital Transformation and Employee Reskilling. The companies are undergoing digital transformation, and what should the direction of human resource development take? The level of understanding for digital transformation varies. Participants of the Global HR Forum must be familiar with the concept, but other people may not understand fully the implication of digital transformation. But we do witness real cases of digital transformation, but there's not been academic research done on digital transformation yet. And so because of that, defining the concept differs from scholar to scholar. Related to the technology related to AI, big data analytics, voice and facial recognition technologies, they're used in business processes and production processes, and they're used to provide services to the consumers. And it has brought about a sea change, and we could call that digital transformation. And we have dealt with digital transformation in the previous sessions, and we are more interested in what change digital transformation will bring about in human resource development. What is the scope, the method, and the mode of human resource development, and what should we pay more attention to? We will be listening to 3 presentations, and the presentations will focus on real-life examples. And listening to their presentations, as HR managers, I'm sure many of your questions will be solved, and I'm sure you'll be able to gain a lot of insight. We have 3 speakers, and I'd like to introduce them to you briefly. 2 of them are here on site, and the last speaker is online in Paris, France. From Microsoft Philanthropies lead for APAC, we have Ms. Jaejin with us. She is interested in various research and has given lectures in how to reduce the gap. And she's going to look at the changes brought about by digital transformation, and she's going to introduce different cases in the Asian countries. And the second speaker is from POSCO. He has been involved in HR planning in POSCO, and he is the POSCO Group University president. And POSCO is a high achiever in terms of HRD, and he's going to talk about the POSCO new collar development and smart factory, and he's going to deal with real issues. And as the last speaker, we have Mr. Andrew Bell, who is the head of OECD Center for Skills. He's going to he has focused on the social issues for 25 years, focusing on Canada, and he has been involved in international projects, and he's going to discuss the results of some of the projects and what implications it has for Korea and the direction forward. And moving on to the second presentation by President Kim Kwan-young of POSCO Group University, and he's going to talk about POSCO new collar development and smart factory. Please welcome him with a big hand. Good afternoon. I am Kim Kwan-young, as was introduced. I was listening to the presentation before me. Even if you don't go to work, wherever you are,
the company will know where you are. And we are distancing ourselves in our seats. And I was thinking, is this good for us or is it bad for us? With digital transformation, we're living in a new world. And leaving aside whether it is good or bad, we are living in this new reality. In the age of digital transformation, what is the direction to take? POSCO is a steel manufacturer. In the steel industry, we need to perform digital transformation. We are not a software company, we're a manufacturing company. And how should we go about digital transformation? I'd like to share with you some concerns that we had and the journey that we have traveled. I'm going to talk about our smart factory. Digital transformation did not take place only on the work floors. It has taken place in construction and in other subsidiaries. But in the interest of time and to better help you understand, I'd like to share with you some on-site examples of digital transformation and how we have developed our human resources to enable digital transformation. This is the roadmap or history of POSCO Smart Factory. In the beginning of 2000, ERP SCM, we have done standardization of the work processes. And in 2008, we adopted Manufacturing Execution System, MES for short. And based on these, in 2015, we kicked off the Smart Factory model plant. And we had some quick wins, and we found out some headaches, and we learned that Smart Factory requires a lot of preparation. And we thought about what were some of the required infrastructure. In 2016, we expanded the infrastructure. We worked on some more projects to enable Smart Factory. And we thought about what direction the Smart Factory should be headed. And we wanted to do digital twin factory. And so we had partnership with the business stakeholders, and we wanted to have the shared growth. And that is the plan that we have ahead of us. I'd like to explain to you POSCO. We were founded in 1968. In 2018, we celebrated the 50th anniversary. Starting from 2010, we were selected by World Steel Dynamics as the world's most competitive steel company. And we continue to break the record every year. And in 2019, we were selected the world's lighthouse factory by the World Economic Forum. We are Korea's first lighthouse factory. And what should be the next 100 years? We need to move ahead with Smart Factory and Digital Twin Factory. And our slogan is corporate citizenship. We want to have shared growth with our business partners. And we want to go the extra mile. And we want to contribute to solving social problems. We want to be voluntary in that. And we want to have happy employees, and we want to make a good place to work. And so Smart Factory and Digital Twin Factory will be our target under this big umbrella of corporate citizenship. So what have we done so far in Smart Factory? I'd like to talk in phases. It was not planned out in 3 phases, but looking back, it seems like we are able to proceed with Smart Factory in these 3 phases. 2015, we made the first model plant and we started the AI project. And naturally, we didn't have internal experts. We had some outside help.
and we couldn't do a big project right away. We wanted to reduce the operator's deviation, so that was the target of the pilot project, and we focused on getting a small win. And we are confident from the small wins, and we rolled it out factory-wide, and we did some optimization projects. And we experienced the successes, and we shared the results with the employees, and we're able to build consensus. And employees felt the need for digital transformation culture. And when we were doing the model plant, we felt the need for infrastructure. We need data to do AI project. We built the data center accordingly. And the data center doesn't go by itself. We need a platform. And so POSCO should create the AI platform. And we named the platform Pause Frame. And in the beginning, we had some issues, but we are able to upgrade the application of Pause Frame starting in 2017. And as things stabilized starting in 2020, we focused on the end-to-end process. And we focused on integrating the entire process. And we integrated MES 3.0 and Pause Frame. And that is what we have done so far. And we had an increase in the number of AI projects. And we needed the AI project managers. We needed to systematically nurture the human resources. And we set up our target for HRD. And we call them POSCO New Collar. And we define the new collar engineers as such. They have to have field knowledge, and they have to have digital capabilities. And they also need to collaborate on an open platform with the outside experts. And these are the candidates that will be able to create new value and contribute to society. And so that's how we define the new collar. And so how could the HRD function help? After coming up with the model plan and implementing the mini projects, we didn't have AI experts internally. And so we had to collaborate with the AI experts outside. And the biggest issue was data sharing and data privacy. In the manufacturing sector, we are quite data sensitive. And we needed open collaboration. What are some of the preconditions? How can we have privacy and successfully work on the project? We needed to create that framework. It was easier said than done. The people in the factories, they had issues in the beginning, and we tried to build the open collaboration framework. And even if we invite the AI experts from the outside, that does not solve all the problems. When we're collaborating, there are issues to be solved, and you have to be able to solve the technical problems. But the on-site workers, can they communicate with the AI experts to solve the problems? And so they needed high-level domain technology and training, and that was what we needed. And we needed to teach domain technology to the on-site field engineers. And so we facilitated the learning organizations. And before we provided digital training, we provided domain knowledge training to the engineers. And after we've had some successes, and then there was this word of mouth. People were saying, we achieved more than we expected, and is that really true? And we shared the results. And naturally, there was company-wide consensus built, and communication became smoother, and it acted as a catalyst for change. Starting in 2017, the management, managers, and employees they were able to build consensus. It was a 1-day to 3-day training, and it took 2 years, and all the employees and management were able to build consensus through digital competency development program. And these were online courses that people could take. And the number of projects increased, and we could not rely solely on external resources. We had to train the internal resources. And how to go about that? We built the education and training model. In the beginning, in the middle, you see level 1, 2, and 3. We didn't have this from the start. We only had the training at level 3. That's because we have to have the workers and the project managers who can hit the ground running. And so we trained 40 to 50 specialists. And then we didn't have the trainers. And so we collaborated with the professors of universities, and we asked them to design the level 3 course. There's POSTECH in the city of Pohang, and we collaborated with that university. It took about 6 months. It's almost like a master's degree program. It's an intensive training program. And then we worked down the ladder and made up with semi-specialist course and beginner course. And these were designed internally. It took so after going through the 1 year or 2 year beginner course, then you take the next course. And on-site training is also very important. We need to train the on-site operators, and we need to train the workers on the POS frame, and so that's what we have done. And the floor operators, they will be collecting data themselves, and so we provided training on data collection, network and IoT, and server management, etc. And starting this year, in new collar talent development, we have set up new targets, and the training curriculum has become more systematic, and we have level 1 up to level 4. Looking at the training record of employees, you can skip some of the modules in the courses. You don't have to take all the classes in all the levels. And we work with the AI graduate school, and we can actually send our employees to graduate school of AI to take the expert course. The corporate culture is moved by the leaders, and we need to train them with digital capabilities. And data-centric and data-driven decision-making, digital literacy was taught to the leaders in intensive courses, and what should be selected as AI projects. And so the project discovery was done through design thinking courses, and the routine work had to be automated, and we applied RPA. We have AWorks. It's our POSCO's internally developed software for RPA, and we provided the software training to the employees. And we had more people who were trained in the projects, And we provided on-site project-based learning programs. And there are embedded programs in the machinery on the floor, and we have to have automation. And so we provided PLC and IoT technical training to the operators. And other than the regular courses, we would have ad hoc training concerning AI or big data. And we provide customized and personalized training. And doing a lot of AI projects, we had seen an increase in the number of experts. And so we would have these masters or gurus who would help their colleagues, and this would be peer learning. And it doesn't have to be AI project. If it's just other types of projects, and if you want to solve it in an AI framework, there was a support system. And there was also follow-up for additional training. And we had accumulated AI and digital skills. And based on the expertise, we wanted to solve social problems, and we wanted shared growth and win-win with the small startups and SMEs. And we have POSCO Youth Dream, AI course, and incubation course. And as for AI and big data, it's a 12-week course. And if you get good grades, then you get scholarship at POSTECH, and you get some advantages when you apply for a job position in POSCO. And we have junior AI classes, and we have smart factory support programs for SMEs. And so what we have done so far, I think we did a very good job in digital transformation. We did not take a big bite. We wanted to create best practice from small pilots. And so we are able to make progress in the digital transformation journey that lay ahead of us. And it was a good way to communicate with the employees, and we were able to build consensus. And this acted as an impetus to change the corporate culture. And there was also this systematic training system for AI and big data. And from the projects used to focus only on processes, and they were rolled out and expanded to support end-to-end integration project. And we were able to nurture talents. We have had the certification system from level 1 to level 4. They do lab and experiment, and they take tests. And after they are certified, they get the due recognition and compensation. We have had questions to ourselves. I think all the companies and organizations have similar questions along the way as you make efforts for digital transformation. Do all the projects need to be done as an AI project? Sometimes you can get good results not relying on AI in doing your project. And second, a project is done by the internal domain experts. And how much knowledge or skill do the domain experts have to have on AI? They are not master's degree or doctorate degree holders. Can they just have enough AI skills and still apply their knowledge? And the third question is, it was before we started the project, and it still applied to after the project. We cannot leave everything to AI. What should be reserved for the people? When we make digital twin factory, there are some things that are reserved for human workers. And so what are those things in coming up with the smart factory? This brings me to the end of my conclusion. I will deal with more questions during Q&A. Thank you. Thank you, President Kim Kwan-yong. Mr. Kim has talked about the digital transformation, and he has pointed out some of the issues in production and the efforts exerted in the HR function. Efforts have been concentrated in the POSCO organization, and he has given some food for thought. I'm getting a lot of questions already. We will deal with them later during Q&A.
Let us go on to the last presentation of this session, as well as the last presentation of the forum. So this will be the last presentation of the forum itself. As I have mentioned before, we have with us Mr. Andrew Bell, head of the OECD Center for Skills and OECD Skills Strategy Projects. It seems that he is logged on from Paris. Is he connected?
I am indeed, yes. Good morning.
Good morning.
Good afternoon, I should say.
Yeah. I know it's around 8:30 in Paris, and you have spent a hectic morning this morning. And could you please tell me a little bit about how you get to your office this morning from your home?
Well, I actually had to take a taxi because we were actually supposed to avoid taking public transit, as you know, with the current situation here in France. So I arrived here about 7 o'clock in the morning and was the first in the building. And I'm in a building of about well, normally about a couple thousand people, a building actually owned by Samsung, I believe. And right now I'm probably one of 2 or 3 people in the actual building.
Yeah, I hope you are in a stable situation right now. And I think everything is all set for your speech, and please get started.
Great, thank you very much. Good afternoon, everybody. I hope that you can all see my screen and hear me clearly. That would be great. So, dear Professor Lee, dear Ms. Bay, dear President Kim, dear distinguished guests and organizers, thank you very much for inviting me here to participate in this year's Global HR Forum. As I've sort of suggested to you, due to the worsening pandemic here in France, I'm unfortunately not able to physically join the forum this time. I was there last year. Nevertheless, I am pleased that thanks to the digital technologies and the great technical support from the forum's organizers, I am able to connect with you virtually to share our findings on skills and the digital transformation, as well as some preliminary findings of our soon-to-be released report on strengthening the governance of adult learning in Korea. So in my presentation, I'm going to cover why do skills matter in the context of the digital transformation, what is the OECD Skills Strategy project in Korea, and what are some of the key findings from the OECD governance review of adult learning in Korea. To start, why are we talking about skills and why do they matter in the context of the digital transformation? When I speak in this presentation of the digital transformation, I'm referring to the digital technologies that are profoundly transforming industries, economies, and societies. The most important drivers of the transformation include technologies such as cloud computing, the Internet of Things, artificial intelligence, big data analytics, among others. These technologies are affecting the skills required in work and in society. The digital transformation affects all sectors, but it does so in different ways and at different speeds. Information technologies stand out as being the most digitally intensive of industries. These include the ICT sector and the content and media sector. This figure shows that the value added of information industries in Korea is amongst the highest in the OECD. This means that Korea's economy is being affected more by the digital transformation than most other OECD countries. The digital transformation is a key driver of job automation. As firms rely more on digital technologies to conduct their work, certain job tasks, and in some cases entire jobs, can become automated. Automation, in turn, has important impacts on the skills demanded in the labor market. Before the pandemic, the OECD estimated that in Korea, 10% of workers faced high risk of seeing their jobs automated, and another 33% faced significant changes in their job tasks due to automation. The pandemic has accelerated the adoption of new technologies and likely also the pace of automation. While automation can help to drive productivity, it also means that many people will need to develop new skills for new jobs or upgrade their skills for existing jobs. At the same time, the digital transformation helps to drive the creation of digital-intensive jobs. During the past decade, the digital transformation made a significant contribution to overall job creation, with highly digital-intensive sectors accounting for 40% of employment growth in Korea between 2006 and 2016. This trend underscores the importance of improving the digital skills of workers so that they can maintain employment in or transition to jobs in digital-intensive sectors, the sectors that are growing the fastest. The COVID-19 pandemic is further accelerating the digital transformation. As in the context of lockdowns and social distancing requirements, an increasing share of jobs requires that people are able to telework. This is evidenced in the figures in this slide, which show that in selected OECD countries for which we have good job postings data, there has been a significant increase since the onset of the pandemic in the number of job postings that specify the need to telework. The digital transformation has important implications for skills development needs of workers, all workers, not just the low-skilled. This graph shows that workers employed in more highly digital workplaces are more likely to report training needs than those employed in less digitally intensive environments. And this is true regardless of the education of workers, which is what we show here. This means that as the process of digitalization continues, and likely accelerates in the context of the pandemic, more and more people will find themselves in need of regular training. However, given the relatively greater difficulties in accessing learning opportunities, training for workers with low levels of skills should be made a priority. A highly skilled population will ultimately be a crucial determinant of the ability of countries and their people to thrive in a digital, globally interconnected, and rapidly changing world. A strategic and comprehensive approach is therefore needed to build skill systems that are adaptable and resilient in the context of change. Skill systems that enable individuals to take advantage of the opportunities afforded by the digital transformation. That is why the OECD Center for Skills, through its OECD Skills Strategy projects, has been working with countries around the world to help them to develop national skill strategies that strengthen their skill systems. The strategy provides a strategic and comprehensive approach to building more effective skill systems using a framework composed of three interrelated dimensions. The first is developing relevant skills, which you see on the left here, across the life course, which underscores the importance of not only developing a broad set of skills, but also developing those skills that are most in demand in the labor market and society. The emphasis on the development of skills across the life course highlights the importance of developing skills not only in formal education, but also informally and non-formally in workplaces, homes, and communities. To ensure that countries and people gain the full economic and social value of their investments in skills development, people also need to use their skills fully and effectively at work and in society, which is the second dimension of our framework. The final dimension is strengthening the governance of skill systems, which is key to the success of both developing and using skills. Strong governance entails a whole-of-government approach to skills policies, effective engagement of stakeholders throughout the policy cycle, well-targeted and shared skills financing, and effective information on learning and skills needs to ensure that all actors are able to make informed choices that help to bring skills demand and supply into alignment. The OECD Skills Strategy Framework has now been tested in 12 diverse economies: Korea was one of the first countries that we worked with. The OECD Center for Skills has also contributed analysis to skills-related topics in the OECD economic surveys for Thailand and Malaysia. In Korea, the OECD Skills Strategy Project has been conducted in 3 phases. The diagnostic phase identified the main skills challenges in Korea. The active learning phase raised awareness of these challenges and built momentum to move from diagnosis to action. While these 2 phases focus primarily on the first dimensions of the framework that I just mentioned to you, specifically developing and using skills, our 3rd phase of the project, which we're in now, focuses on the governance dimension, specifically as it relates to adult learning. Strengthening the governance of learning systems and skill systems is becoming increasingly important for all countries in their efforts to build resilient and adaptable skill systems that are able to respond effectively to the skills implications of both the digital transformation and, of course, now also the COVID-19 pandemic. Throughout these 3 phases, the OECD Skills Strategy Project in Korea has engaged in a wide range of government and engaged with a wide range of government and stakeholder representatives. Here are some photos taken at our stakeholder engagement activities organized during the Skills Strategy Project in Korea. Among those we have engaged include representatives from ministries, subnational governments and agencies, enterprises and trade unions, educational institutions, research institutions, NGOs, and others. This engagement has been critical to understand the skills challenges and opportunities in Korea, to solicit views on how best to overcome these challenges and seize these opportunities, and to build the support for policy reform. I'll now share some of the key preliminary findings of the OECD Skills Strategy Governance Review of Korea, which is the 3rd phase of the OECD Skills Strategy Project in Korea that I mentioned to you. A report of its findings will be published in the coming months. I will highlight first the implications of the digital transformation for adult learning in Korea. The digital transformation is particularly significant in Korea. As you can see in this figure, Korea is a leader in the development of digital technologies. Korea, along with Japan and the United States, stands out among countries for its large share of patents in top digital technologies, including digital data transfer, digital storage, interactive television, and video on demand. Quite paradoxically, however, despite Korea's strong performance in developing digital technologies, the share of workers in Korea with low digital skills is relatively high compared to other OECD countries. The share of workers in micro, small, and medium-sized firms with low levels of digital skills is particularly high. This underscores the importance of providing targeted adult learning opportunities, especially for workers in smaller firms. To help these workers improve their digital skills, in addition to other skills, so that they can contribute to further building Korea's digital advantage. While workers in smaller firms are especially in need of skills development opportunities, they are in fact less likely to have access to these opportunities than are workers in larger firms. For instance, in firms with 1 to 10 workers, only 21% of workers reported having access to training, as opposed to 64% of workers in firms with 251 or more workers. Workers face a variety of barriers to accessing adult learning opportunities. In Korea, about 30% of workers were not able to participate due to a lack of information on training. And about another 18% due to the lack of diversity in training programs, and a further 11% because of a lack of financial support. While access to skills development opportunities is critical to support workers to adjust to the digital transformation, so too are high-performance workplace practices. In Korea, as across other OECD countries, the presence of high-performance workplace practices was the most important factor explaining the intensity with which skills are used at work. More important than factors such as individual skills proficiency, occupation, industry, and firm size. Therefore, firms should be encouraged to adopt these high-performance workplace practices, which include teamwork, autonomy, access to teleworking opportunities, task discretion, mentoring, job rotation, the use of incentive pay, and flexibility in working hours. One of the most important of these practices in the context of the pandemic is teleworking. However, in Korea, only 20% of low-skilled workers have jobs that are telework compatible. This share is lower than the OECD average of 28%. The share of high-skilled Korean workers in teleworking compatible jobs is considerably higher at 48%, but still well below the OECD average of 57% for high-skilled workers. This suggests that certain practices, such as teleworking, could be more widely adopted in firms in Korea to allow for the more full and effective use of skills. Strengthening the governance of adult learning will be essential for supporting Korean workers and firms to respond to skills needs that are rapidly changing due to the combined effect of the digital transformation and the COVID-19 pandemic. With that in mind, I will now speak to you about some of the main findings from the OECD Skills Strategy Governance Review of Adult Learning in Korea. The 4 dimensions we examined in this project include promoting a whole-of-government approach to adult learning policy, engaging stakeholders throughout the policy cycle, building integrated information systems, and aligning and coordinating financing arrangements. For each of these 4 dimensions, I'll present our assessment, our recommendations, and relevant good practice examples internationally. First, effective learning policies require both horizontal coordination among relevant ministries and vertical coordination across different levels of government. A whole-of-government approach fosters coordination among ministries and levels of government so that their various adult learning policies are complementary to one another, reinforce one another, and therefore generate better outcomes. With respect to horizontal governance, while Korea already has a number of bodies that promote coordination across ministries, including the Social Affairs Ministers Committee and the Jobs Councils, the capacity of these bodies to coordinate adult learning policies across ministries can be further strengthened by equipping them with more staff who have relevant experience in adult learning. At the subnational level, the capacity of subnational government officials to implement adult learning policy varies significantly across regions due to large differences in the number and skills of staff. Therefore, Korea should consider raising the capacity of subnational government officials in disadvantaged regions by improving internal and external staff mobility schemes to support adult learning policy implementation, especially in low-capacity regions, providing greater access to training for designing and implementing adult learning policies to staff from low-capacity regions, and also strengthening cooperation among subnational governments by raising awareness about the mutual benefits and providing them with greater financial incentives for cooperation. For instance, Korea may wish to consider the example of Germany, where the federal government has raised the capacity of subnational governments to implement adult learning policies through relevant training, as well as support for establishing networks among subnational actors. Second, effective adult learning policies require effective engagement with stakeholders to increase policy relevance, sustainability, and support for implementation. Stakeholders include, for instance, employers, trade unions, educational training providers, among others. In Korea, stakeholder engagement could be more effective, with many groups having less capacity than their peers in many other OECD countries to represent their interests to government. For example, Korea has one of the lowest shares of workers represented by trade unions in the OECD. However, some promising stakeholder engagement mechanisms to support adult learning exist, such as regional skills councils, sectoral human resource development councils, and industrial skills councils. Korea could benefit from further raising awareness of the importance of stakeholder engagement among government officials and from improving the effectiveness of existing stakeholder engagement bodies. In addition, the participation of disadvantaged groups, including women, youth, and workers in non-standard contracts, is low in Korea relative to other OECD countries. More specialized training and support is necessary for government officials to better engage disadvantaged stakeholder groups. One relevant example is found in Finland, which provides training to government officials in communicating effectively when reaching out to disadvantaged groups, such as through the use of plain language and diverse and tailored communication channels. Third, as skills demands evolve rapidly, adult learning policies will depend increasingly on integrated information systems that can collect and disseminate accurate, timely, and tailored information on skills. Korea has a variety of platforms that help individuals to learn about and sign up for existing adult learning opportunities. These platforms include, for example, Nobeam, operated by the Ministry of Education, and HRDNet, operated by the Ministry of Employment and Labor. In order to facilitate easier access to adult learning participation across platforms, Korea should consider providing learners with a single access account that can be used across platforms. This would make it easier for the government to consolidate information about adult learning participation across platforms and provide a comprehensive picture of who is participating and who is not. In addition, while a great number of career guidance and counseling providers exist, they sometimes provide inconsistent information, which can be confusing and difficult to interpret, especially for disadvantaged groups. Korea should ensure consistency of information provided by career guidance and counseling providers, especially for disadvantaged groups. An example to consider is the Learning Shop in Flanders region in Belgium, which provides a one-stop shop for access to information and guidance on accessing adult learning opportunities. Fourth, a strong financing model is essential to facilitate the efficient and effective coordination and distribution of funding for adult learning across beneficiaries. Korea has several financing mechanisms to support subnational governments in providing adult learning, for example, the Lifelong Learning City and local customized job creation programs. However, these financing mechanisms tend to favor already high-performing subnational governments. For example, subnational governments that can already demonstrate high adult learning participation rates and outcomes are more likely to receive additional funding. More support, therefore, should be targeted to financially disadvantaged subnational governments so as to allow them to provide similar learning opportunities. In addition, disadvantaged groups continue to face more significant financial barriers in accessing learning opportunities and are therefore less likely to participate. Korea should further target existing financial incentive programs, such as the National Card, to disadvantaged groups and to provide them with tailored counseling services. A relevant example is the Individual Learning Account in France, which aims to provide preferential financial support for disadvantaged groups. Fourth, a strong financing model is essential to facilitate the efficient and effective coordination and distribution of funding for adult learning across beneficiaries. I've covered this already. Great. Sorry. So in my presentation, I've covered the skills implications of the digital transformation and key preliminary findings from the OECD Skills Strategy project in Korea. Skill systems across countries are being tested more than ever as a digital transformation, and the pandemic rapidly transformed the skills needs of economies and society. As we have seen in Korea, Korea is undoubtedly one of the leading performers in developing digital technologies. And we look forward to seeing Korea more fully benefit from its digital advantage by strengthening the governance of its adult learning system. The OECD Center for Skills stands ready to continue to work with Korea to ensure that its people have the skills they need to thrive in an increasingly digital, globally interconnected, and rapidly changing world. Thank you very much for your time. I'll now hand the floor back to Professor Lee. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much for your presentation. 지금 발표에서는 여러 가지
Through this presentation, we have looked at definitions of skills as well as efforts for reskilling and the importance of governance, especially in Korea. He has made recommendations on what public sector should have for adult learning. So there are many points for consideration for adult learning and lifelong learning. We would now like to go into Q&A.
우리가 좀 마지막이기 때문에
We are the last session, so I think we could take some more time to take as many questions as possible. There are some common questions, and there are questions directed to specific speakers, but I think they can be applied to everyone. There are many questions about capacity, as was mentioned by Ms. Jaejin. Many things and questions are mixed together, but you have to enable the employees to develop their capabilities and capacities, but then you need indicators to see whether enough capacity has been built. So how does Microsoft measure such capacities built? And other questions ask about how do you define and how do you measure the capacities? And so definition of capacity and measuring capacity, I think you can answer that.
Well, that's why the HR team is very busy. HR team has different roles and they have the career path roadmap, and that goes in stages like a game. And each stage has different skills that are required. Communication is one of the most common skills, but communication is not clear on what skills it has. And so we have details on, for example, communication for what? Accepting others' ideas or demonstrating ideas. So different detailed skills are under communication skills. We have evaluations of our performance called Connect, and we have written feedback on what skills we have been able to acquire. It's multifaceted. For example, if I am evaluated, my boss and my manager would evaluate me, and my team members would also evaluate me as well. And so we have multifaceted evaluations. So if you do not show what skills you have in your everyday work, it's very difficult to receive endorsement about the skills you claim to have acquired. And so we have multifaceted evaluation system as well as the detailed definition of skills under the HR roadmap. And there is also a list of skills that you need to acquire before moving on to the next level. I don't know if I answered your question. So skill-based programs are essential for all companies.
And POSCO has done a lot of research and has applied this concept to your workplace. Mr. Kim, could you elaborate on some examples of POSCO? We could talk about general skills, and then we could talk about the digital skills related to AI and digital. I think you can look at the general skills similarly to other companies. And going back to my presentation, I talked about levels 1 to 4 in the certification program for digital skills. For level 1, you are tested on theory and you have to get a certain score and above. And level 2, theory and practice. And level 3, you have to take a test on theory. And level 3 is at a level where you can have your own project. So you look at the project success. And level 4 is acquiring a PhD degree. It's like taking a test for the digital skills. There is an additional question for you, Mr. Kim. When you achieve certain milestones, you're entitled to compensation, but that alone will not drive corporate culture change. So other than the monetary benefits and compensations, what are some of the internal rewards that you give to your employees? So I think you have done a lot for the learning organization. Yes, we have done the learning organization for a long time, so we don't provide compensation for the employees who take the classes. And when you clear certain levels, then you have advantage in getting a promotion, and you're compensated accordingly. And the employees become digital savvy, and they feel this sense of achievement. And so they're quite satisfied with the training, and it gets up their morale, and they're self-motivated. They are the non-monetary benefits. Yes, so you're not only driving performance, but you're driving employee experience and employee satisfaction. And I think POSCO is moving in that direction. When we talk about skills, well, it's an important keyword. And so that's like that in the context of MS.
And also in the public domain, I think since Mr. Bell has researched this area quite a bit, in the fourth industrial revolution, we always emphasize certain skills. Although this could be controversial because there's no one right answer, within our society, what are some skills that have been found to be essential? We would like to ask Mr. Bell if he knows of any skills.
Yes, well, that's a good question. I mean, and a very difficult question to answer, of course. And the answer ultimately is many, many skills. So, we've taken a look at this question looking at big data. And what we found is, of course, that we're seeing a large increasing share of jobs that require, of course, ICT sorts of skills. But we're also finding that it's very important for individuals to have strong transferable skills. So those sort of basic foundational skills: literacy, numeracy, communication, ability to work and interact effectively with others. Indeed, what we find is that we tend to sometimes talk about skills as very discrete sort of elements. But when employers are looking for skills, and indeed when individuals are supplying skills, they're supplying bundles of skills. So it's the combination that matters. And what we do find is that it is a combination of both the technical, which increasingly matters, obviously, in an increasingly digital world, but that's not sufficient. People also need to have the good communication, good people skills, interpersonal skills, client management skills, etc. That's having the complete package really matters. And the foundational skills also matter because we are unable to forecast the future with any certainty, obviously, by definition. All countries should try to do that. They do that. They try to better understand the future so they can be prepared for that, and that's very important. But we can't know for certain. Just like think of a year ago, in examining the big data on this issue, we see that there's been very significant changes in skill requirements just over this past year as a result of the pandemic that we could not have anticipated a year ago. So in addition to thinking about what skills matter, we have to think about how to design skill systems to be adaptable and resilient in the context of change, in the context of uncertainty. How do we design our education systems? How do we design our training institutions? How do employers set up their learning practices in such a way that they can quickly react to changes in needs? Thank you.
Yeah, thank you. 역량 관련된 부분은 이 정도.
Well, related to skills, I think that is all for the questions. We do have another question.
이와 관련된 부분입니다.
It's related to cultural differences. If we take a look at various theories and practices, we try to learn from them, but sometimes they are realistically difficult to actually apply to our organizations, especially in Korea.
Culture in company, so it's difficult to transfer a company's environment. How can we solve this problem? This question goes to Mr. Bell.
How can you change the cultures in companies? Well, I mean, one is, you're right. You started by saying that they're basically suggesting one size does not fit all, and that's true. And so, of course, any country may approach an issue in a slightly different way than another country. Of course, context does indeed matter. But nonetheless, we do find that certain practices, as I've mentioned to you earlier, matter seemingly across OECD countries. I talked about these high-performance workplace practices. And so these seem to matter no matter what country you're in. And so, sharing information about how these practices benefit workers and employers, I think, is the best thing that we can do. But it needs to be really tangible. We need to make it concrete, and it needs to go beyond just sort of my, for example, presentation, which shows that there's a strong relationship between those practices and outcomes, but giving them very tangible advice on how to approach that. So what would that mean in practice? What would it mean like to transform your workplace in such a way that would inspire your workers and allow them to be more creative, to harness the potential of the digital transformation. So sharing the practices within your country of the successful companies, sharing that more broadly to companies throughout the country so that they can all benefit, so Korea can benefit from it, I think is something that should be examined.
네, 사실 어떻게 보면 상당히
Well, that was a very difficult question, but thank you very much for sharing with us your opinion.
This applies to also Ms. Bae. You showed us the treehouse in Redmond, and Microsoft Korea is in Gwanghwamun. There's a lot of difference in the culture. So in the Korean culture and sentiment, how can you bridge the gap as a multinational company and as a Korean company?
Well, within our company, we have a lot of internal campaigns. As you're well aware, we have about 90,000 employees across 100 countries. And so we have different office environments in different locations. And so even if we say A, it could be understood in different ways. And so we always keep in mind that we may have differences in understanding. And so we work a lot on synchronization. And we also work on sharing and networking. So we have created numerous committees, and we have diversity committees by countries so that we can share our challenges with other countries, and we continue to support each other and help each other understand cultural differences. I used to work in the regional office, and so we would continue to share our culture with the headquarters so that when the headquarters has a campaign that they are preparing, we want to make sure that they keep in mind our culture as well. Of course, cultural clashes do exist. Even within the company, there could be different interpretations of landings. But in order to become we need to become one company, and we make a lot of efforts to do that. And in order to do that, we have frequent communication and contact. And as I mentioned before, in order to secure diversity, we have national committees, and we also have exchanges between the committees so that we can understand each other's cultures. So at a global company, cultural diversity seems to be very important as your corporate value and principle. And so I believe that's where you're making much effort. We are limited for time, so let's go on to the next question.
Moving on to the next question to Mr. Kim. New Color, I think, is a project in POSCO. And AI experts, well, have you had any trial and error because you didn't have enough AI expertise internally? And so you have the domain knowledge workers and you have the AI experts. And you had a gap and you tried to narrow that. Could you elaborate on how you narrow the disparity? We chose open collaboration, and it's easier said than done because they speak different languages. And even if it's the same Korean used, even if it's a same word or expression, they're interpreted differently depending on who they are. And so relationship building was necessary. And a lot of communication revolves around data, how to interpret the data and what jargon to use and how to interpret it. When we talk about metadata, we come across many complex problems. Yes, there were challenges, and in the course of overcoming the challenges, we had too many sailors trying to steer the ship, and it went up the mountain. But the only solution is to have more frequent communication between the domain knowledge workers and the AI experts. Of course, HR department supported them in any way we could, but there needs to be frequent communication. We have to provide them certain space so that they can work in co-located environment and have them have team dinners and team lunches. And of course, we could provide them with the official communication channels, and the HR staff focused on that, but the domain knowledge workers and AI experts said that unofficial team meetings were more helpful. Thank you very much. Maybe your smartphone batteries ran out, and if you could not pose your question online, you may have the chance to ask your question directly. I see no hand up. Thank you for your patience and for your participation. Digital transformation is now part of our lives. It has become a reality, but we still have yet to define digital transformation, and we have to overcome some initial challenges of digital transformation. We're able to look at different companies, and we're able to look at the international scene, and we got some hints as to how to develop our human resources. I hope it was a useful session. With this, I'd like to close. Yes, thank you, Professor. Thank you, all the speakers. Not only digital transformation, but employee reskilling and upskilling were valid subjects that we talked about, and they share their real-life examples, and so we're able to gain a lot of lessons. With the last session, we will close day 2 of Global HR Forum 2020. We dealt with the issue of how can humans and AI coexist. Looking back on 2 days, we have dealt with such a variety of topics. I would like to thank all the speakers, and I'd like to thank all the online and on-site participants. Thank you very much. After the forum is over, we will be sending you a survey sheet. Please fill them out, and please leave your receivers at your seat, and please turn in your name tags on your way out. It was an honor to be moderating over the 2 days of forum. I am Jang Seon-young. Thank you very much. Stay healthy and safe. Thank you.